It is a minute or so after 10 o'clock, so I'd like to go ahead and get started. Um, get my, this is what. Representative Colcom, if you could lead us in the pledge, please. Thank you, everyone, for joining our first labor public hearings of the year. A couple things before we get started. Particularly for the new people, it has been the practice for as long as I've been on this committee that when we have members who are sponsoring or co-sponsoring a bill, which we have a number of today, that those members who wish to testify recuse themselves from their seat and participate on that bill from the audience. Members who are co-sponsors who do not testify are free to remain in their seats, but we generally do not ask questions and interact on a bill on which we have sponsored. I think it can be intimidating if we're giving the perception that we get to play both sides of the table. Kind of in a similar way, please be respectful of the people testifying. Sometimes it's necessary to go in and out of the committee room unexpectedly, but I think if you can, please refrain from moving about while somebody is in the middle of testimony. If you can wait until they've completed, I think that, again, helps people feel more comfortable. Remind everyone we are on being live streamed, so please make use of the microphones so that gets picked up. And our chairman will be watching us via live stream, as is, I understand, his mother. So please, let's conduct ourselves accordingly. Yes, we do have a pretty full schedule today. It was in some part unavoidable that we have a lot of bills that are early bills that need to be reported in early. So we might have one or two more than I would often be comfortable with within the time frame. So I would ask everyone, both on the committee and in the audience, to please help us move the hearings along. Keep your testimony brief and to the point and to the subject of the bill. If most people have put down the time that they're going to speak, I'd ask you to try to stick to that. And I thank you for your assistance in that. With that, I'd like to open the hearing on the first bill of the morning. This is HB 57, and it's relative to the state minimum hourly wage. Yes, Representative.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but were you going to call a roll?
That was something I was going to, and I'll ask before you take your clerk's hat off, do we typically call roll for a public hearing? I don't remember. And I'll ask Representative Leclerc, who is going to be helping out for these first two. You said she didn't, here it is. So if you could call the roll for us, thank you. Yes.
Okay, good morning. Obviously, we know that Chairman Infantine is not here, so Vice Chairman Brian Seaworth,
Here.
Representative Abelani, Representative Prout, Representative Love, here. Representative Boyd,
Here.
Representative Mason,
Present.
Representative Colcombe,
Here.
Representative Drago,
Here.
Representative Granger, Representative Sullivan,
Here.
Representative Baruti,
Here.
Representative Cahill,
Here.
Representative De Silvestro. Representative Susi. Representative Bouchard.
Here.
Representative Adjutant. Representative McKenzie.
Here.
Representative Schultz.
Here.
And myself, Representative Leclerc. Thank you.
And thanks for that reminder, Representative. So without further ado, I'd like to ask the representative to introduce this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had, by the way, hoped to go last and have the kind freshman rep from Manchester introduce it. So I hope I can go last. I just want to do the introduction of the amendments and the specifics of just the mechanics of the bill, but I'm happy to just speak now, if that's better.
So you want to, at the end, you want to talk about the amendment?
Like
Is
the speechifying stuff, so to speak. Now, I just want to talk about the specifics of the amendment and the bill to just explain the language and what it is and introduce it in the formal sense.
All right, go ahead and do that. Plan on introduction, and then you can come back.
I appreciate that very much.
And did you fill out a card?
I
So
will.
in between, fill out the
I
card.
will.
Get
Thank
that to me.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, without further ado. And there were anyways, extra copies of the amendment on the table for folks who are here. The amendment simplifies the bill. It keeps to adding changes and introducing a minimum wage back to New Hampshire. It is in 3 steps. 1350, which would be in effect in September. Then 1425 on January 1st of next year. Then $15 the subsequent year. And then every January 1st after that, so from 2026, there would be a COLA based on the Department of Labor statistics average for Northeast Consumer Price Index. Because that seems the fairest thing to do, including if you think about inflation today, that means everyone's dollar goes not very far, but it would be nice to be able to do that for folks who are working hard to keep the Granite State running at one level or another. So it gets rid of the sections that, Section 2, which talks about the subminimum wage. That's not needed because there's a separate bill coming up next. And then it gets rid of a teenage training wage. So really, the amendment is simply the pay items that I just mentioned. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay.
Is that all for now?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It says we're supposed to wipe down the microphone.
Next up, I'd like to call Representative Kathy Staub, speaking in support of the bill and asking for 6 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Kathy Staub. I live in Ward 5 in Manchester, New Hampshire, and represent Hillsborough County, District 25. And I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 57, which would raise New Hampshire's, well, reintroduce a minimum wage statute to the state of New Hampshire and raise the wage from $7.25 an hour to $15 in 2025. The last time New Hampshire raised the minimum wage was 2009. The federal minimum wage went up to $7.25 in 2010. New Hampshire's minimum wage was $7.25 in 2009. At that time, our minimum wage was closely in line with other New England states. The highest minimum wage in New England at that point was $8.25 an hour. So we were at $7.25. Massachusetts was at 8. So it was all fairly close. Times have changed. Costs have gone up. Workers have required more money from their employers. And so at this point, the minimum wage in Maine is $13.80 an hour. In Massachusetts, it is $15 an hour. Rhode Island is $13. Vermont is $13.18, and Connecticut will be going to $15 on June 1st of this year. And New Hampshire remains at $7.25 an hour. And some people will say, well, nobody makes that. Well, some people do, but it also sends a powerful message to workers that the elected government, the people who are elected to serve the people of New Hampshire, really don't think much about working people. So I think it sends a powerful message. I think it would be a very important step to take to attract and retain workers to the state, especially young workers. Since 2010, 30 states require employers to pay more than the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. This year alone, 23 states raised their minimum wage. Several states, Florida, Massachusetts, California, Washington State, and the District of Columbia, are on track. Well, let's see. Massachusetts, California, Washington State, and the District of Columbia have already reached $15 an hour. Several other states are on track to 15 in the next few years, one being Florida, which will, in 2026, hit 15, Delaware in 2025, Illinois, New Jersey, Nebraska. Florida and Nebraska both passed minimum wage ballot initiatives. The last time a ballot initiative to raise the minimum wage failed was in 1996. This is a very popular piece of legislation. In 2019, there was a public policy polling survey that indicated that 79% of people in this voters in the state were in favor of raising the minimum wage to $12 an hour, and 63% were in favor of raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. And that was, that was 4 years ago. So times have changed, prices have gone up, and people recognize that working people need to make a living wage. Speaking of the living wage, according to the MIT calculator, a single person would need to make $17.32 an hour to live a decent life in New Hampshire. A couple with one child, both working, would need to make $18.56 an hour, and a single person with one child would need to make $33.91 an hour in order to meet the needs of themselves and their family. So I came here because, I live in Ward 5. I have a lot of hardworking people in my ward who don't make a lot of money because they're working in jobs like grocery store cashier. They're working in nursing homes taking care of elderly and disabled people. They're very important to our economy in the city of Manchester. South Willow Street generates a lot of revenue for the state through business profits, taxes, and these people work really hard. They contribute to the state, and they deserve a decent quality of life. And I think that that's my main motivation. I know we're not supposed to talk about motivation, but my motivation in being a state representative is to make sure that decent, hardworking people who live in my district have a decent quality of life. And that is why I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and that's why I'm in favor of passing a minimum wage statute and bringing New Hampshire into the 21st century. And that's really all I have to say. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Will raising the minimum wage cause job loss and increased unemployment?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Over the years, I think Maine passed a ballot initiative, and their minimum wage is very close to ours. And when they did raise their minimum wage, there was no job loss. In fact, there were a number of new jobs added. There was a study done in Maine, which I can email to the members of the. I'll email a link to the members of the committee if you like. Also, another indicator would be looking at unemployment rates, which I have included in my data sheet. New Hampshire's current, as of November of 2022, Ms. McGraw from the Department of Labor may have more recent statistics, but in 2022, November of 2022, New Hampshire had a 2.6 unemployment rate. Connecticut with a close was at 4.2%, Maine at 3%. Massachusetts 3.4, Rhode Island 3.6, Vermont, which has a much higher minimum wage of $13.18 an hour, had a lower unemployment rate than we did at 2.5. The only other state in the Northeast with a $7.25 minimum wage is Pennsylvania, and their unemployment rate is 4%. So it doesn't appear that raising the minimum wage has a terrible impact on unemployment. I will say that many people believe that an unemployment rate around 3% indicates a labor shortage, and you don't need the statistics to understand that, yes, indeed, we do have a labor shortage in the state of New Hampshire. So, and I think attracting more workers, retaining more workers, people along the border could be working in New Hampshire, but they can make, if they're living in Salem, they can drive across the border to Methuen and make a minimum of $15 an hour. Which, is not guaranteed here in New Hampshire, and people know that.
Follow up?
Well, please, thank you. Do you know how many people are making under $15 an hour?
Yeah, well, it's the Economic Policy Institute in 2021 believed, this is all a moving target. We've seen that wages have been going up in an unprecedented way because of this labor shortage that we have. In 2021, the Economic Policy Institute estimated that about 150,000 workers in the state of New Hampshire would benefit from a $15 minimum wage. I am unsure if that number is still accurate because that was over a year ago. And as I said, it's a moving target. They believe that about 22% of at that point, 22% of the entire workforce of the state would benefit from a $15 an hour minimum wage. As of June of 22, the average entry-level wage was $14.32 an hour, which is close to 15. So if this bill would raise the wage to $13.50 in 2023 in September, and that wouldn't even hit that number. But one of the things that you need to consider is that the distance between $7.25 an hour and that $14 an hour is pretty small, and the other end of it, people can have a starting wage in a job at $30 an hour, and that really skews it high. So there are probably a lot more people who are making less than in terms of numbers, making less than $14.36 an hour than there are people who are making more.
Thank you. And yes, if you could send that link to the committee email,
I will.
think we'd appreciate that. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next, I would like to ask Maria Perez, speaking for herself for 4 minutes. In support of the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative from District 43, Milford, New Hampshire. I'm here in support of the bill. Now more than ever, it's critical for us to understand why we need to increase the minimum wage. If we want to talk about the crisis that we have, housing crisis, mental health, increasing the minimum wage is going to help us. A lot of the people that we see homeless, a lot of the people that we see suffering right now with mental health is because it's hard. It's hard for people to work 2 to 3 jobs and still not making enough to have a place to live, a place they can call home. It's hard for people to have family with 3 or 4 kids and they still don't have enough money to pay for food. We have a lot of kids that go to school without having breakfast or lunch or dinner because the parents they has to decide between paying for the rent or paying for food. In many cases, paying for medication. I heard a lot of comments and I hear a lot of times people saying, well, we're going to hurt businesses. Businesses are getting hurt right now because people decided not to work in the industries where they're getting paid less than $9 an hour. And they move into industries that they can get paid $15 to $20 an hour. I have spoke to some businesses in my town that they're having a hard time getting people to work in the restaurant industry because they don't want to make under $15, $16 an hour because they know that's not enough. If we talk about how much they has to pay for rent, some of the apartments are $1,750, $1,750 for 1 bedroom. We're talking about $2,250 for 2 bedroom apartment. How in the world people gonna pay $2,200 a month in rent when they're still making $7.25, $9 an hour? And please do not tell me that people don't make $7.25 an hour because I spoke to someone who worked 52 hours and still make almost no money because $7.25 that's what she got paid. So I'm here in support because it is time for us to think about people as humans, no money maker machines the industries and corporations use to get more rich every day, but the poor people is getting poor and poor. I saw with my own eyes the crisis that we have right now with the homeless population here in New Hampshire. I was there all day. If we want to fix the homeless situation, if we want to fix the mental health and other issues in our state, let's talk about the minimum wage. Thank you for your time, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Are there questions? I see none, so thank you again. Next up, I would like to call Claudia Estelle, speaking in support of the bill.
Speaking for myself.
Speaking for yourself, yes, thank you. Signed up for 5 minutes.
Good morning, members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for listening to my testimony in support of HB 57. I'm Claudia Estelle from New Hampshire, Ackworth, New Hampshire, sorry. In my experience talking with voters about their concerns, the economy is often mentioned. In discussing the minimum wage, there's often disbelief and dismay that New Hampshire doesn't have a minimum wage and relies on the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, which has not been raised since 2009, over 13 years ago, and during which time inflation has increased by more than 24%. With the labor market pressures, these voters are sure that no one still earns the minimum wage. However, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 9,000 New Hampshire workers earn $7.25 an hour or less. This is only 2.3% of the New Hampshire workforce, but for these workers, the market forces are not working. Many workers earn more than the minimum wage, but still 150,000 New Hampshire workers earn less than $15 an hour. That's about 20% of the workforce, or 1 in 5 workers. These workers are not earning enough to cover basic needs of housing, food, clothing, medical care, and transportation. They are eligible for public assistance programs. These safety net programs were designed to help people in temporary and unusually unfortunate circumstances, not as a way to make ends meet every month. These programs are paid for by taxpayers, like the workers who rely on them, and like all of us here. And why are we subsidizing businesses so that they can increase their profits? Those I spoke with found these facts concerning, but countered with, well, if wages go up, prices will rise even more, hurting everyone. Not so, according to the Economic Policy Institute. They estimate that raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour would lift wages for 32 million workers across the country at a cost of $108 billion, a huge sum, but only 0.7%, less than 1% of the $16 trillion that U.S. customers annually spend, or consumers, excuse me. And so even if the raise was made in 1 year, and most bills, including this one, propose incremental increases, the effect on prices would be less than 1%. Another comment was that workers who want to improve their income can pursue education and training for better paying jobs. Many workers have done this, resulting in worker shortages in essential jobs, from highway workers to retail sales clerks to nursing assistants, from school bus drivers to substitute teachers and paraprofessionals. Many find the stress and lack of support in these essential occupations, combined with low pay, to be demoralizing, stressful, a toll on one's physical and mental health, as they constantly worry about making ends meet. The National Employment Law Project and the Economic Policy Institute found that wages were below the cost of living in New Hampshire for the following occupations: wait staff, fast food cooks and workers, dishwashers, cashiers, substitute teachers, restaurant hostesses, laundry workers, childcare workers, retail salespersons, housekeeping cleaners, home health care aides, nursing assistants, teaching assistants, and paramedics. We need these people for our society to function. If we deem that they are essential, shouldn't we respect them with a decent wage? Inflation is a big concern now. We can all talk about how increases in price of food, electricity, fuel, and other items have wreaked havoc with our budgets. The people who are most affected are low-wage workers who spend all their income on essential items like food, housing, and energy. They can barely make ends meet in 2020 and use pandemic relief checks to cover basic expenses. Now they are stretched more, stressed, and suffering. They're relying even more on food pantries, church relief funds, and public assistance programs. As they spend all their income in local stores and businesses, they build and strengthen our state economy. They are also the ones most affected by higher prices because so many of them work in retail and service jobs. Consumers will first cut back on eating out, haircuts, buying extras, and low-wage workers in service and retail will be among the first to see their hours and jobs cut. If we believe that everyone should be able to stand up on their own 2 feet, then we should support paying workers enough so that they can do that. A living wage in New Hampshire is at least $17 an hour, according to the MIT Living Wage Calculator. So this bill is a conservative move in the right direction. Please support HB 57 to reinstate the minimum wage in New Hampshire and raise it to $15 an hour by 2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Yes, sir. You're not on.
Oh, it's got to be red.
Yep.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time today. So you gave some numbers about the number of people making sub-minimum wages. Does that include tipped workers?
I'm not sure I would assume possibly, because it said less than $7.25 an hour, but I haven't read the full report carefully. I have the link to it on my testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up, I would like to ask the Reverend Dr. Gail Kinney, speaking in support of the bill. 3 minutes of testimony, and she represents the New Hampshire United Church of Christ Economic Justice Team. There you are. Thank you.
So good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony today. So I am speaking on behalf of the United Church of Christ Economic Justice Team But in addition to our team, our entire denomination, which is the largest Protestant denomination in the state of New Hampshire, went on record about 8 years ago as a denomination, being in support then of increasing the minimum wage in New Hampshire, and then with restoring the minimum wage after it was wiped off the state statutes. So I am also a resident of Canaan, and I would say as a church pastor, I am one of the many pastors who are on the front lines of witnessing and dealing with individuals in our midst who are low-wage workers or from low-wage working families. And we see every day the trauma that occurs because of the challenges, the tremendous challenges of these low-wage workers in New Hampshire trying to just make ends meet and trying to survive. So we're certainly talking about those several thousand that are making $7.25 an hour, but we're also talking about the many thousands of New Hampshire workers who are making $9, $10, $11, $12 an hour, and are just sort of one crisis, one small car repair bill or health setback away from really being in severe economic crisis. And so they turn to the churches. But this is not sustainable, and this is not good public policy. But I want to take a slightly different direction as well. And the argument is, or the argument that I have heard over the years, since 2011 or 12, I think, when the minimum wage was eliminated in New Hampshire, was, well, the market will provide. Don't worry, the market will provide. And maybe sometimes the market does provide, except when it doesn't. And I would say that even the McDonald's Corporation several years ago in 2019 withdrew from a national coalition of major employers across the nation who were trying to suppress the minimum wage and were arguing against any change because they realized it was not good for their business. So they announced that they were withdrawing from that coalition because they were realizing that the market and the message that being conveyed by that coalition was not healthy economically. So when the market doesn't work for the many thousands of New Hampshire workers who are still making low wages, then the message that we send is that we don't care about the many thousands of New Hampshire workers who care for our elderly, who care for our young, and who are doing so much essential full-time work, and yet they still can't survive economically, let alone thrive. And it should not make us proud as the state of New Hampshire to be known as the stingy state or the heartless state, surrounded by other states in New England or the Northeast who approach wage policy in a completely different way. So there was a recent news article, I saw a headline, and I'm not sure if a way that asked the question, will New Hampshire legislators this year address the workforce shortage? And I would just say to you that clinging to the federal wage of $7.25 is not a message that attracts young workers. It's not a message that will help cure the workforce shortage. What it does is it sends a message to workers to flee, to go across the borders and to work elsewhere. So I just implore you, if this legislature, if this committee and this legislature cares about the economic health of our state, if you care about the needs of New Hampshire employers who need your help in putting forth an image of New Hampshire being an inviting place for good workers, then that speaks to the need to set a wage floor, just a wage floor saying, this is a figure below which New Hampshire will not go in terms of rewarding full-time work for adult workers. And so in order to have a reliable, dedicated workforce, it matters to the Granite State that we articulate a wage floor. That's what this bill does. And so on behalf of my faith denomination and the many other people of faith, voices of faith with whom I work every day, I would encourage you, implore you to find House Bill 57 ought to pass.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you
Thank you, sir.
again. Next up, I would like to call Bruce Berkey. He is speaking in opposition to the bill. For 3 minutes, he represents the National Federation of Independent Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Happy New Year to everyone, and welcome back to those that have been here, and welcome to the new members. My name is Bruce Berkey. I'm the State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business, an organization that has over 1,400 small businesses throughout the state. And these are the smallest of the small businesses. These are businesses that have between 1 and 10, sometimes 15 employees. They're small businesses. They're not the large corporations that some people have spoken of. And NFIB is opposed to Senate Bill 57, and primarily because it injects an artificial standard into a process, into an economy in which the business community prefers a open market, and more often than not, an artificial standard will disrupt that market. How, you may ask? What are the consequences? And what studies have shown is that when there are artificial standards, increased minimum wages, fewer jobs do result, fewer hours for those current employees result. It accelerates automation, therefore diminishing the need for additional employees, hurting the very people that sponsors are seeking to help here. And the most telling point, I think, is what's called wage compression. And we haven't heard of that this morning. But if you have employees now, and believe me, employees are making $15, $18 an hour to start throughout the state of New Hampshire. I can speak specifically to the ski industry, who we do work for. And there's no one working at a ski area in the state of New Hampshire for less than $15 an hour. So what happens when an artificial rate gets put into the equation for wages, when a minimum wage gets increased to $13.50 or to $15 an hour, that person that started 6 months ago or 4 months ago at $15 an hour, all of a sudden is saying, wait a minute, I shouldn't be making minimum wage. I've been working. I now deserve a raise. And that creates a higher cost for the employer. It causes some unrest, perhaps, within the workforce of that particular employer. And it just does not create a positive environment within the business community. In addressing the amendment that Representative Schultz put forward, if this bill was to pass, there was one good piece in it, and that was the training wage. NFIB has supported training wages over the years, and if this bill were to go forward, we would encourage this committee to maintain the training wage language that's built into the original bill. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to try and address any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions for, yes, Representative?
Thank you. So the question I have for you relates to what is a bigger problem, the lack of people available to work or the wages that are being paid? In other words, would employers, if they had a good pool of people, be better off? Does the minimum wage impact that in any way?
The minimum wage at what level, Representative McKenzie?
In other words,
I'm sorry to answer the question with a question.
Yeah, it's a bigger problem for employers is the lack of people available to work.
Today,
as
that is
opposed to
the
the
case.
minimum wage. So
You have a
Thank you.
follow-up, Representative?
that's it.
Okay.
Today, that is the case. I mean, there is a shortage of workers, and there's a strong economy right now in terms of, job availability is strong, and the wage structure right now for workers throughout the state of New Hampshire is strong, and so we're hopeful that we're not going to see a large leap in the minimum wage rate that's going to bump up against what people are receiving now in wages and create that wage compression that I spoke of.
Any other questions for this witness? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know how to use the button now. So with the businesses that you work with, do they often, so if they're having a hard time finding employees, do they often respond to that by raising the wages in which they give new hires?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Bo?
Thank you for taking my question. As I look at this, on July 1st, 2023, the minimum wage will increase about 80%. Could you address the devastation that had happened to the employer that has 15, 20 employees? How many would be going out of business? How many jobs would be eliminated? And that type of stuff. I think it's
I won't speak to specifics right here today, but the impact of a large increase like that on a small business is going to make that employer, look at, the hour structure that he has for he or she has for their employees. It's going to look at, whether new jobs are going to be added. It's going to look at, the wage compression issue is big. So there are consequences.
thank you.
Any further questions?
Can you explain wage compression to me?
Sure. Representative McKenzie, thank you. If I have 5 employees and they're making between $13 and $15 an hour today, and the minimum wage today is $7.25, and on, I believe it's September 1st of 23, the rate goes up to $13.50 or so. That person who's at $13 today obviously gets a raise of 50 cents an hour. And that person who, may have been there 12 or 18 months with the employer who's at $15 an hour today is going to say, that person, that just started last week at $13 an hour got a raise of 50 cents. And, I was making, much more than the minimum wage. He or she's going to go to their employer and say, I deserve a raise now because I shouldn't be making, almost right at the minimum wage. I should be making much more than the minimum wage. And that's the compression, the upward compression on the overall wage structure.
Representative Di Silvestro, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the question.
I'm new.
That's all right. Would you be able to tell me how it is that New Hampshire can't seem to move forward with this, but the other states, how do they handle it with their small businesses?
I won't speak for, Vermont, Maine, or Massachusetts or other states. All I can say is that New Hampshire today has the strongest economy in the Northeast, and it has been beneficial for employees. It's been beneficial for employers, and we're hopeful that open market, free market process will continue and allow that to flourish.
Thank you. Representative Cahill.
Mr. Berkey, just to go back to that compression issue once more, wouldn't it be an option for the employer to say, well, this is not a merit increase. It's not because that person is working as well as you, or you're working your more experience, but that the legislature in its wisdom has raised the minimum wage, and if other employers don't succumb to the pressure to raise the wage, then wouldn't it roughly stay the same? The $15 person would continue to make $15, not necessarily influenced by the raise to $13.50.
And any number of scenarios can happen there, Representative Cahill, and I appreciate your question. I think what I'm trying to say is that the person who is making 15 and all of a sudden is just making $1 more or $1.50 more than the minimum wage is going to feel disappointed. Hey, I was hired because of my skills, because of my capabilities at $15 an hour, and now that the minimum wage is at $13.50 and going to be at $14, I ought to be making $18 or $20 an hour, and that's the rub there. And sure, the employer can decide not to increase that $15 an hour employee, but it's going to create, some unrest, some disappointment within the workforce. And, despite what you hear out there, employers like their employees and they want to, have a positive environment because that's going to be good for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative.
Thanks for taking my question. I just texted one of my county commissioners, and I asked him what the starting wage for an LNA, and he texted back that he thinks it's $13.50. Would it be safe to say that because the minimum wage is going up $6 an hour, that these $13.50 an hour employees would now want $19.50, and the impact on our county budgets would skyrocket?
History would certainly suggest that, Representative Love.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just, we're getting to the edge of, we're not here to explain to the witnesses what we know. We're here to listen to them. So, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. Can you, is your position of your organization is that there should be no minimum wage in the state?
No.
So do you support any increase in minimum wage at all, putting it back on the books?
We do not support an increase in the minimum wage.
There is no minimum wage.
Well,
Representative, please.
To that end, Representative McKenzie, we would, and I believe that they have, there is a national organization for NFIB, and I believe that they have opposed minimum wage increases in Congress.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, that's really not the question I asked. The question I asked is, does your organization support minimum wage of any kind in the state of New Hampshire?
They have not taken a position on whether it should be on the books or not. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Next, I would like to call, and pardon me, I'm obviously having trouble with names this morning. I'd like to call Viola Katasimi, who is representing the Granite State Organizing Project and has signed up for 2 minutes to speak in support of the bill.
Good morning, members of the House Committee. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here representing the Granite State Organizing Project. We are a grassroots organization that brings people of faith, labor, community groups to work towards a more just world. I'm here to express our support for HB 57 relative to the minimum hourly wage. We're here in support because we're talking about a bill that would gradually increase.
Could you move the microphone a little
Sure.
closer? Some people aren't.
Is this
can't
better?
hear. That is
Okay.
better. Thank you.
Thank you. We are here to express our support for HB 57 relative to the hourly minimum wage. We're here in support because we're talking about a bill that would gradually increase the minimum wage from $7 an hour to $15 an hour by 2025 and index that to inflation after 2026. This is not a radical policy. If the minimum wage had kept up with productivity, it would be more than $22 an hour. And that's according to an analysis that has been done by the Economic Policy Institute. But instead, New Hampshire has decided to take a backseat and allow our minimum wage to default to the federal minimum wage of $7.25, which hasn't been raised since 2009. Think about that year. No prices have stayed the same since 2009. In 2019, Raise Up New Hampshire, which is a coalition that I work with, we ran a minimum wage challenge. We invited legislators who were present at the time to live in the shoes of low-wage minimum workers. We asked them if they could live on wages for people that are making $7.25 an hour for a week. Guess what? We did not get a lot of responses. I see some faces in this room who attempted that challenge, and they came back to us and said it was very difficult. They could not even get by on groceries for a week. So imagine so many of our workers in the state. A previous speaker spoke about the fact that we have about 9,000 workers in the state of New Hampshire who are getting $7.25 an hour. So imagine what their lives are like. We know that food prices, housing costs, childcare costs, healthcare costs have all risen drastically. But what has stayed stagnant is our minimum wage. To put this into context, if you're a single worker on minimum wage in New Hampshire, you need to be working at least over 100 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom apartment. And we're talking about a median rent of $1,200. That's if you don't want to pay more than 30% of your income to housing, which is what affordable housing is according to HUD. But let's say that same worker has more than one child, which means they'll need two-bedroom apartment. That same worker at $7.25 an hour would need to work at least 145 hours a week. I also have a live example. Grand State Organizing Project runs a tenant clinic. Since the pandemic, we've been seeing a lot of cases of people getting evicted. And in this tenant clinic, every day, we work with tenants, finding assistance for them. We hear stories from families. There's a worker currently working in the Mall of New Hampshire at $16 an hour. She has to work 50 hours a week to be able to qualify for a one-bedroom apartment. If she doesn't have those 10 hours, she doesn't qualify. And what that means is that she's homeless. She has nowhere to stay. So this is definitely a contributing factor to the homeless crisis that we're seeing across the state. So I want you to consider the factors of workers in the Granite State, especially with rent, with the cost of housing, childcare, transportation. I won't go back to the numbers because they've already been shared earlier by the previous speakers. But also to put into context, we had Representative Stubb mention about the living wage. I encourage all of you to try out the MIT living wage calculator and look at what is needed for people in your region. You can pull up your phones. So after this, I'd like you to do the research and see the numbers for yourselves. You need to be earning at least $17 an hour if you're a single worker without kids. And of course, if you have kids, that number is much higher. So I just want to conclude by saying that raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour would benefit greatly people of color, Black people, Hispanic people, women. It would also increase the pay for essential workers, who most of us really thanked during the pandemic, who are keeping our stores running and our nursing homes going. Increasing the minimum wage, you've all noticed that a lot of workers who are low-wage workers, when they get money, they tend to spend that money in the economy. So this money is not going to be used to buy second homes or invested in the stock market. It's going to getting your hair done or going to a dinner date. So it does support businesses. So I urge committee members support HB 57, and so that workers in New Hampshire can afford an adequate standard of living. That's the basic and the minimum that this committee should do. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned a mall worker. Can you? I think I might have missed part of that. Could you quickly clarify? So was she getting $16 an hour?
She gets $16 an hour. But for her to qualify for a one-bedroom apartment, she had to justify her income, and there's no way she could justify qualifying for a one-bedroom apartment without showing that overtime hours, which is the 10 hours a week that she has to work.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to call Reverend Heidi Heath, representing the New Hampshire Council of Churches, speaking in support of the bill. You didn't put down a time, but
I will keep my remarks to 3 minutes.
thank you very much.
Honorable members of the committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I am the Reverend Heidi Carrington Heath. I serve as the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches. We represent 9 denominations and hundreds of congregations across the Granite State. I rise today to ask you to consider a vote of ought to pass on HB 57 to raise our state's minimum wage. In the context of my work, I visit congregations across the state, and I hear the stories of people in rich, varied, and diverse communities. They cannot afford to feed their families. They cannot afford to make ends meet. Our minimum wage in New Hampshire is functionally a poverty wage. It is not just or ethical. It does not care for or regard the worth and dignity of our citizens. We rank dead last in New England for states with a livable wage. The federal minimum wage was raised to $7.25 in 2009, 14 years ago. That was not a fair wage in 2009, and it is absolutely not a fair wage in 2023. You have heard the statistics from multiple sources this morning, and New Hampshire's own Economic and Labor Market Bureau tell us similarly. Over 20% of our workforce are working for under $15 an hour. That's over 100,000 of our neighbors, our friends, people we care about. As a Christian minister, I am committed to an ethic of thriving and justice for all of my neighbors in the Granite State. They cannot thrive. We cannot thrive without a living minimum wage. Today, we have an easy opportunity to take a step to join our New England neighbors in raising the wage. Low-wage workers are of deep, essential, and high value to the Granite State. They deserve to be paid a living wage for their work. In my tradition, we would say that we are created in the image of God. All workers must be able to support themselves and their families and live with the dignity, the life of wholeness that is intended for all of us. We have a chance to move toward that reality today. Thank you for your time. Please consider a vote of ought to pass on HB 57.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, I would ask Grace Kendeke, representing AFSC, speaking in support of the bill for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the committee for taking my testimony. My name is Grace Kendeke. I'm the program coordinator of the American Friends Service Committee. And I'm coming here today in support of HB 57. And so I'm also, in addition to doing my work with AFSC, I am a longtime Granite Stater. I grew up in Manchester, where I live now with my husband and young sister. I've had a job since I was in elementary school. I think many of us can reflect back to our first positions, our first jobs that we had. And I had my first bills when I was a teenager. I want to share a story about the last time that I earned $7.25 an hour. And I'd like you all to kind of walk down memory lane with me and reflect on when was the last time you earned $7.25 an hour, had to live off of that income. The last time I earned $7.25 an hour was in 2012. My then boyfriend, who is now my husband, both of us worked 5 to 6 jobs between the two of us. I wish our bills were artificial, because then we wouldn't have had to work so many jobs in order to make ends meet. I worked occasionally as an art model. I worked occasionally in a restaurant, and I also worked part-time as an attendant at a local gym in Nashua, all for minimum wage. In comparison to today's prices, living expenses were low for us, and still my partner and I struggled to make our bills, to be able to pay what we needed every month, even though we combined our incomes. And he was fortunate enough to live at home with his family, while I shared a 2-bedroom apartment, a small one in Manchester, with a roommate. This was unsustainable. And a year later, I would move to Boston, where I would finally get my first job that would pay me $15 an hour. Raising the minimum wage not only brings us on par with our regional neighbors, it would also make us competitive as a state. And it would go a long way to not only support New Hampshire workers, strengthen our social fabric, it would also go a long way to retaining the talent and the skills of the young people of our state, who are often overrepresented in the number of workers who are paid at or near minimum wage. I have many friends over the last couple of years who have had to leave or are considering leaving New Hampshire because they simply cannot afford to live here on the wages that they earn here. I couldn't live off of minimum wage then. And with the steep increases in prices in both food and gas and rent, being able to make your bills every month. The hardworking people of New Hampshire can't live off of minimum wage now, just like I couldn't live off of one then. The minimum amount one must earn in order to house yourself and to take care of your basic needs is not an artificial standard. It's just math. This is not a competition between employers and employees. Raising the minimum wage would go a long way to strengthening the fabric and the network and the relationships in our economy. And so I urge you to pass HB 57. Whether we do it now or we do it later, we must be able to provide for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? I see none, so thank you again. Next up, and I'm not quite sure I can read this, I would ask for Reverend Jonathan H. Yes.
Terrible handwriting.
Representing GSOP. Speaking in support of the bill for 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me here this morning and listening to my testimony. I'm the pastor of Concordia Lutheran Church here in Concord, and our church is a member of the Granite State Organizing Project.
And could you say your last name?
Oh, yeah,
since I
sorry.
didn't
Jonathan
manage-
Hopkins, Hopkins.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I speak as one of my colleagues did, as somebody on the front lines who comes in contact with people living on the edge of homelessness or are homeless, people who come to our congregation looking for help for rent, for gas, for utilities, for all sorts of things. And as my former colleague said, it is untenable. Our church has some money that we use to help people, but it is limited. But the other thing I want to say is having all these, meeting all these folks who are on the edge or homeless, I will say most of them have jobs. I have actually driven people from the homeless shelter in the morning to their job at Target or at Friendly's. I have served at our soup kitchen here in Concord and seen people come through with their Walmart shirts on after work. And I might be crazy, possible, but I just believe if you work, you should have enough money to buy food and have shelter. I think that's a basic human thing. So what is the problem? Well, we know housing's too high. That's part of the problem. And I would also argue from being with families, our church participates in a homeless program for families where we house them in our congregation 4 times a year. That talking to those families, the 2 things that are keeping them from being self-sufficient are a good paying job. People can find a job, but a good paying job that actually pays rent and housing costs. Those are the 2 things. And I would suggest that is that's why you were sent here to Concord, to do that work, to help people who are living on the edge to be self-sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, I would like to call Henry Vayu, representing NHLRA, speaking in opposition to the bill for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. And we come in to this discussion in a unique perspective with regards to the tip wage. So the minimum wage obviously is there, obviously, to protect low wage workers. But when it comes to tipped employees, they certainly aren't low wage workers. You go to any restaurant and the highest paid in the restaurant are those in the front of the house, the servers, making, on average between $19 and $25 an hour in a mid range restaurant, casual dining restaurant. So we don't think there's a need to address tip wage workers. We get involved in this discussion because the minimum wage statute has a minimum cash wage that the employer pays to the server, and that's in the statute. And in the proposed amendment, Representative Schultz includes tipped employees as getting the CPI adjusted annually. tip workers already see their wages increase annually. I was speaking yesterday with an operator who has a number of locations around the state. And he's increased his menu prices since 1984, 3% annually. So that it's a nice slow creep up that the customer doesn't even realize. And with tip workers, they get paid a percentage of the meal, the price of the meal. And so they already see their wages increase annually. So for that reason, and Mr. Berkey did a good job of speaking to the minimum wage itself, so I won't get into that, but we would oppose this bill and the amendment as presented.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions? Yes, Representative.
I'll ask you a similar question to that of Mr. Berkey. So is it the position of your organization that there should be no minimum wage in the state?
I don't want to speak to that portion. I largely wanted to address the tip wage and the fact that we don't think that the legislation should address the tip wage.
Quick follow-up question, please.
Follow-up.
The current situation regarding tip wages is that every employer in the state of New Hampshire is responsible for paying the federal minimum wage, which is $7.25. And in the case of tip workers, they make their wages are much less, and so it is the tips that offset the employer's responsibility to the tip wage. Is that correct?
So the tips are wages. In the statute, it says that tips are wages. They're the property of the employee. They get the employer pays the FICA tax on those wages, on those tips. The tip servers are required to report those to the employer, and the employer pays the taxes on those. So they're wages.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there another question? Representative Adjutant, you are a co-sponsor of this bill. I was not mindful of that earlier, but thank you very much for your cooperation. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vayu. It's good to see you once again. I recall hearing testimony during an earlier talk about tip wages and minimum wage, that restaurants raise their prices 6% annually, but I still question whether or not a person should earn based on the price of the meal that they deliver to the table. Is that fair in your mind? Is the person who brings you a breakfast in a diner working less hard than the person who brings you your meal at a white tablecloth restaurant?
That's a good question. I think if you asked folks in the back of the house whether they'd like, in the back of the house, meaning in the kitchen area, those aren't tipped employees, whether they'd rather work in the front of the house and earn what those in the front of the house earn, I think you would find that a lot of people in the back of the house would like to work in the front of the house and earn those types of wages.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Have you considered a rotation so that the people could get an equal taste of back in front of the house?
I'm sure different restaurant operators have different practices, and I don't know whether that occurs in some or not.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Are customers legally required to tip?
No, there's nothing in the statute that requires them to, but again, if you look at what is reported and what employers pay the taxes on, customers are tipping.
Follow up?
Yes.
What impact does the fact that someone's working for tips, what impact does that have on their work environment? I've heard talk of harassment and that type of thing in order to, enduring harassment in order to hopefully maintain their tips.
I don't. I would suggest talking with servers in restaurants in your district and find out whether they would rather get just a flat $15 minimum with no tips, or the cash wage plus the tips. In Maine, I was going to save this for the next hearing, but in Maine, when they did away with the tip wage back in 2016, they restored it in 2017. There were over 500 servers that showed up at the hearing because they didn't want to do away with that kind of practice. And the legislature in Maine restored the tip wage in 2017.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Next, I would ask for Stephen Nass, who represents the Free State Food Network. He is in opposition to the bill and signed up for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Nass of Milton, New Hampshire. Like I put on the card, I represent the Free State Food Network, which is a network of about 50 members that are professionals in the food industry. They range from servers, bartenders, managers, and restaurateurs, as well as chefs. I myself own a restaurant and am the chef of a small restaurant on the seacoast in New Hampshire here. I really appreciated the economic reality that some of the previous opposition to this bill brought up. So I thought I'd talk about my own anecdotal lived experience and try and hit on some ideas that haven't been covered by previous speakers. Myself, I came up through the restaurant business as a young adult and started at the lowest rungs working for minimum wage and slowly worked my way up until I was able to afford to start my own restaurant. So I can personally attest to the experience of working for minimum wage. I could say here in New Hampshire right now, all restaurants are hiring. If somebody is looking for work in a restaurant, they can definitely just show up with no experience and get hired right now. And I can attest to dishwashers, at least on the seacoast where I live, are making double minimum wage with no experience. They just need to show up occasionally and generally get the work done, and they're going to make double minimum wage. So I find it a little bit telling that no people working for minimum wage were brought in to testify today, because I believe that that number is extremely slim. I think if you were to ask, and we've been talking about tipped workers especially, I can attest that if you were to ask tipped workers, servers, bartenders, and the like in this state, which they would prefer, tips or no tips, universally, they will want the tipped wage, because I can confirm that the tipped workers are making more money than just about anybody else in the business, oftentimes more than the owners themselves. I worked for a year at a restaurant that has now gone under that attempted to do away with tipped wages and pay servers a flat fee or a flat wage as though they were the back of house. And in order to do so, they did have to pay $25, $35 an hour, while the kitchen staff was getting paid $15, $16, $17, $18 an hour. And the result was wait staff that complained constantly about how little they were making and how much work they had to do, fighting over the various shifts because they wanted to work the slowest shifts because they're going to make the same amount of money as though they were working the busier shifts, which are actually more valuable to the business. And at the end of the day, we ended up having to bring tipped wages back. And eventually the business did close because we were unable to, well, a multitude of reasons, but in part, the servers couldn't get brought back down to their lower wages and add on tips. They had to add on tips with their new higher wages. But to kind of pivot to another area that hasn't been talked about, we've spoken about if we raise minimum wage, that the wages will have to rise for other workers with wage compression, which is definitely a very real reality there. But we haven't talked about losing the workers at the bottom end who might be making minimum wage now, that if we were to raise minimum wage, the businesses would be no longer able to support those workers. And I can give a personal anecdote of this. I have a special needs sister. My older sister has Down syndrome, and she's always had a hard time finding work because she's not the greatest worker, and she never will be. But it's a lot easier for her to find work if we can negotiate lower wages, because it's for her, it's much more important to have a job than to make a high amount of money in that job. It's much more important for her to have skills and do things throughout the day that keep her mind engaged and keep her interacting with the public than it is to try and make the quote living wage. When minimum wage rises, these employers who maybe they're just asking to do simple tasks like put bottles into boxes of like beer sampler cases or stock shelves, where she can go at her own pace, and it doesn't have to be the most perfect work because it's easily corrected. If now all of a sudden we're saying she needs to make, say, $15 an hour, these businesses aren't going to want to take a risk and hire her anymore. They're going to let her go and either have nobody do that, or have a robot do that job, or pay somebody that's more skilled is going to do it faster. So it would directly harm my family member like that. And thank you. That's all I have to add. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Only 2 cards left. Next up, we have Sebastian Fuentes. He is speaking briefly in support of the bill, signed up for 1 minute, and I'm not sure what your organization is, so if you could just...
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. My name is Sebastian Fuentes, and I'm the Movement Politics Director for Rights and Democracy of New Hampshire. But I do want to testify initially. I submitted a written testimony to the committee, but after hearing the comments from the gentleman from the Independent Business Association about the many ski areas, he doesn't recollect the fact that many ski areas pay less than $15 an hour. I worked for 20 years at the Bretton Woods ski area up in the North Country. So I can tell you for a fact that that's wrong. That information was wrong. I flip beds, I run ski lifts, I serve tables, I bus tables, I clean dishes, I did all that stuff. And I know currently at this point, there's people working at those businesses, they're actually making less than 15 an hour. And there are actually some places that, for example, the catering businesses, they charge 30% of the initial bill, and they keep the money for the property. The hotel keeps the money. And they offer the servers to get paid a flat wage of like $16, $15 an hour. So they make it that money. So I can tell you for a fact that the information is wrong. And I'm here to express my support for HB, for this bill, because I think it's important. It's important that we do this. It's the right thing. It's the moral thing. And I hope you agree with me on that. And that's all I want to say. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Last up, we told the prime sponsor, Representative Schultz, that she could save her testimony for the end. And she's not sure how long she's going to speak, but I'm sure she is mindful that we're running a little bit behind, and we'll
Thank you
speak
for allowing me to do this, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Schultz from Concord. You're sitting in my district. Yay. I wanted to speak last because I love having the conversation around the myths and to address some of the questions. But before I get to that, I just want to briefly say, when we're talking about work, when we're talking about labor and the people who hold them, it can seem like people on a spreadsheet looking at numbers that maybe your investments get, stuff like that. But to me, as the daughter of a receptionist and a baggage handler, and they were the children of a bourbon maker and a pari-mutuel clerk at the racetrack, good union jobs, I know that not everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. Not everyone wants to go to or could go to college. We need all of the jobs that are filled or trying to be filled. And the notion that all labor has dignity matters to me. And what is amazing to me about this conversation is one aspect of what is traditionally Republican thinking seems to have disappeared in the Granite State. The notion of personal responsibility, the notion of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, the notion of rugged individualism. But if you are making a low wage and maybe would like to start a business, whatever, it is completely impossible. I hope that if you take anything away from this conversation, I feel like most of us arrived with, well, obviously, I support the bill. I feel like these conversations start in a way where everybody's already made up their mind, everybody in the room. I would like to invite everyone in some forum, I'm probably too low on the totem pole to host this, with business leaders, with workers, with legislators, a robust discussion about labor and wages and jobs in New Hampshire, because there is a serious problem. And the notion that someone can pull up their bootstraps when they don't even have shoes is something that really matters. The fact that all of the people that the pastor, and I used to work for him, Pastor Hopkins, I know he meets with many people who are at really financial, a really difficult crossroads. And he is right. Everyone that was coming in has a job. If you want personal responsibility, if you want people in America to do what they're asked to do as a participant in society, an able-bodied person, why would you ever want working poor to be something in our vocabulary? In the wealthiest nation on earth, in one of the wealthiest states in America, the wealthiest state to default to the federal minimum wage is, to me, not even a moral issue, it is, but also a broken capitalism, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But I do want to answer a few points that were raised. Obviously, the restaurant conversation will happen with the next bill, but Representative Granger had asked if tip wages were a part of this. It is, and we'll get to that, and I think some folks answered that. It was also raised that going to the first step of 1350 would be I think you said a high 80% jump. Well, okay. That is exactly what we can compare ourselves to when we literally look at the rest of New England. Why would we want the race to the bottom? Again, working poor in capitalism makes no sense. Another person we had a great conversation about wage compression. I would say the truth of that is a rising tide raises all boats. The worst argument to me against this bill would be, oh, people who already make a certain wage would be unhappy. I don't think they're who we should be pleasing. I'm glad they have that wage. If we pay everyone in the Granite State better than we are now, and by the way, I think the point was made well by some of our previous speakers that 15 is not a living wage either. It's too low in my opinion. This is a modest bill in that sense. It is not a living wage. So again, why would we have the category working poor in our state? I will skip like my 300 points I could say. I'll save that for that robust discussion I hope we can have. Just quick bullet points. Republican rank and file Granite State voters, Republican rank and file voters in America, a majority want a better minimum wage, period. And all of the questions around the economics of how it is here compared to other places. We've had now so many places, so many other states raise the minimum wage, so many cities. We have plenty of data to compare it to. And the notion, I will say, I agree with Mr. Burke on the point he was saying that there is a lag in the economy at the very beginning. That is what the research shows. At the very beginning, when you implement a raise in the minimum wage, but that very quickly rebounds. And when it rebounds, we have a vibrant economy. All of that money stays in the economy for the most part. Everybody who makes those wages need to have that money to spend on the basics. I want to make sure I address the other point. I'm also really happy that the Free State Network was here. I think talking about the race to the bottom, I do believe most of us in the legislature believe in and want people to participate in society and want to look at everyone for the most part as in just a general human sense that we love our neighbors. Most free staters are supporters of rational self-interest, and to support themselves alone, I don't think that's mainstream. I think what we want is, and I think another of my friends from the business community said this, most employers like their employees because they're in front of them and we're human beings. And for the most part, we do want to have, we want our state to be a nice place to live. And everything about attracting and keeping workers for the high end also is going to require people to hold those jobs. All labor has dignity, to do the jobs that maybe you wouldn't do or I wouldn't do. So I would like to encourage everyone that is a legislator, and I do this, to talk to the people in your district. When you're pumping gas, talk to the clerk there. When you're, pick a job, seriously. Talk to people in your district. The majority of people want this to happen. And, you know, in this proud nation, the wealthiest country on earth, the beacon of light on a hill, the Ronald Reagan notion of personal responsibility and rugged individualism only works if we actually create a scenario where everyone is valued, not in a nonprofit handout sense. My parents never wanted a handout. They volunteered. They wanted to be able to do their jobs, work for their employer. It wasn't the top priority in their lives. They wanted to live a life where they left their work at their work. They were fine that people made money off of their work because they liked their jobs and the people they worked with. We have lost that as we've had a race to the bottom. And if we're going to keep and create a good, robust economy, you can't let one sector of that economy need to go on public assistance, or those businesses need to, well, those businesses essentially have a backdoor corporate welfare where we're subsidizing the wages of those employers. You should want every person who is working hard to do the right thing to make a decent enough wage where their work is valued and their role in our economy is valued, and they don't need to seek assistance for just the basics. We should want our economy and our capitalism to be interdependent in that way. And I still have 4,000 other points, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming out here today. So you mentioned that you don't believe $15 an hour is enough. Do you support 50 as a minimum wage if that were a bill that we were discussing today?
I'm sure any worker would love to make $50 if they're making 15. I will say this, that does remind me of another point. The last time I was able to get the statistic, and I'll get the most updated one, was a year or two ago. Over 144,000 Granite Staters make under $15 an hour. So I think to get to the heart of your question, I don't think they expect $50. I think they do expect a wage that is reasonable enough to pay rent, have food, raise a family, and live a life that covers just the basics. So while I personally would love to see a much higher wage that is closer to a living wage, so people could go on vacation, save for retirement, pay off student loans, you know, afford medical bills if they have medical debt, that is a whole other conversation. But I appreciate the question, and I don't think that is needed for this bill.
Follow up?
So would you, or would, so if there was a bill that said that we were raising the minimum wage to $50, would you support it or would you oppose it?
That sounds interesting. I will say, I don't know how to answer that because I don't see anyone filing a bill like that. if that question is intended to show something in who I am and the value of this bill, I'm not sure. I really genuinely just not sure how to answer that. I do appreciate the conversation, and I would love to have that bigger conversation. And I would encourage folks to look at the MIT living wage calculator, because a basic living is really crazy. And if you are making ends meet and you don't need to budget and everything's cool, it's hard to understand what life is like in the everyday world, because, or for people making a low wage, because it's expensive to make low wages. You're making ends meet in a way that becomes more expensive in a weird way. It takes up too much of your time to go to Pastor John's church or other places to seek assistance, to avoid becoming homeless, to get out of homelessness. That's the reality that people are facing. So I like that there are better paying jobs in New Hampshire. I like that there are a lot more small businesses per capita than any other state in the country, but we would have more if people were in a position to become more entrepreneurial, if they could just do the basics in their lives, and they aren't.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that you had spoken with some workers at a gas station and their support of a pay increase. Do you remember the days of when we used to have full service gas stations and we had somebody pumping our gas for us?
I will now admit I'm from Kentucky originally. I still occasionally go to one of the gas stations in town that does that. So I'm sorry to say, while I married into New Hampshire, I don't have that memory.
I guess I don't remember. I don't
Follow-up?
even, I'm sorry, follow up.
Yes.
Are there any gas stations around anymore that have full service in New Hampshire that you're aware of?
Yes, there's one at exit 16 off of I-93, right on the rotary to the east. Yes, there are.
Thank you.
And I believe the owner is the person who traditionally is the person who pumps the gas.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Drago.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. We've had a lot of talk about the $15 an hour. My question is, in January 2026, I call it like a variable minimum wage. Pretending we're sitting there in 2026 right now, do you know what the minimum wage would be if you're using this year's consumer index? Is it more than 15? Is it less? Do you know what that number is?
Of course can't say, none of us can say, unless someone has a time machine and hasn't shared it. I'd be sad about that. Please share it. Of course, we can't know for sure what 2026 brings, but I do know on January 1st, we heard about all those states, including every state around us, that had a raise in the minimum wage. And we also heard about Social Security checks that are tied to COLA had a raise. I think that value of the dollar in New Hampshire, I'm glad you raised the inflation issue. If you can't afford it in a good year when the economy is fantastic and prices for food and gas, et cetera, are average, you're struggling, but not as much as you are right now. So to account for that is important, and that we haven't had a COLA attached to the minimum wage at any level, federal, state, et cetera, I think is a real mistake. So I believe regardless of the answer to your question, I would still support a COLA.
Follow up.
I think I actually asked my question wrong. Sorry.
Oh, okay, please.
What I'm getting at is, say we are basing our minimum wage, pretend it's your bill for 2026, and we're basing our minimum wage off the new way we're going to do it. What would that number be for this year with the inflation? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm just wondering if that was over 15 as it is or not.
I don't know how to answer that question. I do know if we kept pace with the cost of living from when the minimum wage was first introduced, it would definitely be above $15 in America. We have not kept pace with the cost of living the way it was meant to be. It was meant to be the floor for the basics. And people at that time when minimum wage was created in America, one parent could have a job at, say, Sears or wherever, and they could pay their mortgage, get groceries, put clothes on their family, all the basics. And And I believe that's what the floor of a minimum wage is supposed to be about. I'm sorry that I probably can't answer your question. I will say though, there is at the last part of the COLA section, it does have an adjustment that says, it shall not result in a decrease. So if there are years where Social Security, because it's tied to the COLA either way, I believe, I'm not a Social Security recipient. There are years where it goes down, I believe. I don't know for sure. But I wanted to make sure that the COLA never went in the negative. I'm sorry that I know I probably couldn't
I was
answer your
just curious
question.
what the number was.
I can get you more statistics on the cost of living though, compared to what it would be now from what the minimum wage was and what it would be today. I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me. I used to know that by heart each year.
If you could do that, that'd
Follow-
be good.
Okay.
Sure, I'd be
All right,
happy to.
thanks.
Yeah.
My apologies. Representative Colcom, question.
Hi, yes. Have you spoken with your constituents or the businesses in your area about the why there's so many full service gas stations and why we are now seeing so many automated cash registers and less people working at our retail establishments?
So I see where you're going with your question. If we're able to automate some of the jobs that we have that would result in less jobs being available, I'm not sure that that is a scarcity necessarily. People have faced sectors of the economy disappearing the whole lifespan of our country. I knew someone that made his many millions because he had the cables, did the cabling of America for cable television. Now that there's wireless internet and TV, his business has gone under, I'm pretty sure. But I think there are sectors of the economy that shift, and that's why we have a number of, this is a growing economy. There will always be places where people could shift. I just feel like this bill is only about the wage piece. But when we talk about the bigger conversation around the economy and jobs, I would love to talk more about that.
Could we have one final follow-up?
Final follow-up. I'm sorry, my question was, have you spoken with your constituents and the retail establishments about why they have gone to an automated process?
That's an interesting, no, I haven't spoken with anyone who has automated their business per se. But I do have those conversations with business owners and people in my district who work at businesses all the time in a subtle way, in a non-nosy way. I usually just say, so if I were to get a job here, what's the entry wage? Stuff like that. But that's an interesting question that I can't answer really.
Any further questions?
One, just requested the sponsor for information.
Go ahead.
There is a network of support for people who are low-wage workers. And it would be good if you could provide, or some member of this group could provide some information to us relative to that support network, in the sense that low-wage workers need a lot more help. And so if you have any information to support that, to show what it is that we are contributing now, because many workers are low wage, would be helpful to that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think we can also get some of that information from companies like Walmart who do instruct their employees how to go on assistance. There are a number of organizations that help people who are working and poor. I'd be happy to get that information. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes all the cards we had submitted for this bill. We are a bit behind, so I will close the hearing for HB 57 and immediately launch into the hearing for HB 58, which is prohibiting payment of sub-minimum wages. At this point, I only have 2 cards for it. I expect to see a couple more. No, we don't, but we had, Representative Farrell. I'm sorry, and Representative Schultz is again the prime sponsor for this bill, and you are recognized to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable Labor Committee members. I am still here. Um, I'm glad we had a lot of the discussion around tipped worker issues um, on the previous bill, and I think all of us sat through that, so that's helpful. This bill would essentially eliminate the sub-minimum wage category, especially for tipped wage earners. It does not get away or eliminate tipping. Tipping is something that workers have had access to in certain jobs for centuries across the world. What this does do is make sure that the promise that all workers in restaurants or other jobs that are tipped wage jobs would actually get what they are promised, which is a minimum wage. We've had a number of cases in this state that have shown, either through greed or confusion, probably more confusion and misunderstanding than anything nefarious, where restaurant owners, employers did not pay their workers what they're supposed to be paid. I think that we can look to the 11 plus other states that have already eliminated the sub-minimum wage category to see that it has not at all hurt their economy. As a matter of fact, the CEO of the corporation that includes Denny's said on an investment call that in the states at that point, especially California, actually their business was up, and that he did not see any problem with it in that regard. I realize there will be folks that will speak for the business community and say otherwise, but really the intent of this bill is to eliminate the confusion. And honestly, historically in America, the notion of a sub-minimum wage started. I hope this is helpful and not an eye roll moment, but it's true. Why we have sub-minimum wages in America is a vestige of slavery. After slavery ended in America, first, the people who were formerly enslaved were in jobs that depended on the gratitude, the tips of the people they were serving. So Pullman car workers, restaurant workers, a number of jobs that were in service to others. And so their entire wage was dependent on the graciousness of the customers. And that was by design. You know, people who had, people who were previously enslaved wanted it that way. They wanted it to be something that, I hate to say it this way, but it was true, what the white people were okay with for that worker. And that is horrible. And in all those years, what is it, 150 years, we've gone from 0 for sub-minimum wage workers to, in New Hampshire, $3.27 an hour. In a logical sense, it genuinely makes no sense. I get that that's what restaurant owners are used to. I get that it's sort of a part of our culture. Most people don't know the history of sub-minimum wages, but in those states that have done this, it has not caused a problem for their economy. It's actually ensured that workers are paid what they're supposed to be paid, which, by the way, is what workers really just want. And tips on top is fantastic. And for some restaurants, servers, bartenders, even back of the house, busboys, that was my first job. My title was busboy at a Chi-Chi's restaurant on Dixie Highway in Louisville. But anyway, yes. So for tipped wage workers, all this would essentially do, and for the owners of restaurants and any other establishment that has a tipped wage category, it would ensure that a minimum wage is actually what is paid. We, again, wouldn't be the first state to do that. So there is a segment of the law, and this is why there's an amendment that went into some, I don't know if you want to call them carve-outs or exceptions. The original bill, which actually I like, but would have gotten rid of all those categories. Some who support this bill, and I'm fine with this, I wanted to have that discussion about those exceptions, possibly in another bill or just to leave it alone. And so that's what the amendment does. And I support the amendment, obviously, I'm sponsoring it. And so it would only keep the passage of eliminating a sub-minimum wage category and leaves those exceptions for the ski patrol so you can get your ski pass for the season. That sort of job would be exempt. So I just wanted to make that clear that this only simplifies the situation and is leaving the rest of that alone.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question. You have stated both today and I've heard it before that you do not see this bill or something similar as a substitute for tipped wages. I have heard other advocates of this say that that actually is their goal, that they feel that tipped wages are unfair and the attempt is to eliminate it. How do you respond to that?
That is another debate for another bill. I personally think that it would be cool so that folks aren't dependent on, because especially now, people are moody, me included, you know, to depend on if someone likes that you're wearing a mask or you're not wearing it, like all the things that might impact a tip. I see the wisdom behind just keeping it simple, but that isn't in this bill. I'm fine with tips and tipping, and I don't want to mess with the tips and tipping. This is just about the base, bottom of the barrel wage.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative McKenzie?
I just want to get a clarification of something, and it relates to your suggestion that people are not getting the federal minimum wage. In effect, everybody is required to get the federal minimum wage.
True.
In the case of New Hampshire, as I understand it, and I'm asking you for your interpretation of this, is that the only difference when you have a tipped wage is that the employer uses the tips to offset their responsibility to the federal minimum wage. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Thank you.
And so this would just ensure that all employers do it the same way by and large. It simplifies law. And again, we have the example of 11 other states, including such woke states like Utah, and I believe it's Minnesota. There are multiple states. Your point is well taken.
Follow-up question.
Follow-up?
So if the tips are not enough to get the employee to $7.25 an hour, is the employer responsible for the full $7.25 an hour?
They are supposed to be. Some restaurants have good guidance, and I'm sure our Lodging and Restaurant Association helps with this to explain how workers can be paid the proper amount. But to say the wage is $3.27, but you'll really make $7.25 an hour is super confusing. And we've had a number of high-profile cases in this state from the U.S. Department of Labor saying these workers were not paid the wage that they should be paid. It's very confusing and makes no sense. But to your point, that was a good point.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Oh, I did want to say, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, one more thing. In the previous testimony, Maine was mentioned and that there were so many servers that arrived to testify against and want to repeal it. We have surveyed New Hampshire restaurant workers. A majority of New Hampshire tipped wage workers would like to see this bill pass. And as I understand it, those restaurant workers, by and large, were encouraged by their employer to go or paid to go, I believe. So while I get that people who are making good money at an expensive restaurant probably want to keep things the way they are, we have to look at the entire industry as a whole. So I would say I would take exception to any argument that says this is what a majority of restaurant workers in New Hampshire would not want, because that simply is not the case. I believe all workers want to at least be paid the minimum.
Thank you. Next, I would like to ask Representative McWilliams, a co-sponsor of the bill, speaking in support, signed up for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Infantine. For the record, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I am from South Concord. I represent wards 5, 6, 7, 8, and you're currently sitting in one of my wards, so welcome to my district. It's a pleasure to host you. I'm here just to testify on behalf of removing the sub-minimum wage altogether. We've heard all kinds of discussion with the previous bill and this bill about how it seems as though the industry is changing, at least in other states, and there's an opportunity here to even things out. I know that the tipped wage is quite a discussion, and I'm trying to skirt around that and not get into restaurants and tipped wage. I really want to talk about some of the other folks who fall under these exceptions, folks who are seasonal workers, high schoolers, folks in training for different labor positions. I think that at this point, the pendulum has swung so far back. The economy has moved forward and we're stuck at the federal minimum wage. You know, we've all talked about how you can't live on it. You know, it's barely enough to maybe buy a coffee once a week if you feel like you're springing, but you're not going to be able to pay rent at the minimum wage. But nonetheless, we have folks who are new to the workforce or it's their first job, and they do deserve the dignity of at least the federal minimum wage. And so I'm here just to testify and say that for too long, we have allowed it to be 3/4 or half of the federal minimum wage for some of these exceptions, and I'd like to see that go away and be fair and at least try to base it on the federal minimum wage only without exemption. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, I would call back Henry Vayu. He is speaking in opposition to the bill and represents NHLRA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Henry Vayu on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, and we oppose this bill. This one is quite a dramatic change. We've seen bills to adjust the tip wage, but this one does away with it altogether and would fundamentally change the economics and the business model for restaurants. And so we oppose it. Again, tip workers are the highest wage earners in the industry. We don't see the need for something like this. And as I mentioned in Maine, they reversed what they did there. I spoke with one of the mid-sized restaurant operators yesterday, and he kind of shared some of his numbers. He said his current cost for servers is, and he has locations around the state, is $1.4 million. And under this bill, that cost would increase to $3.4 million. And with the margins in the industry the way they are, you can't absorb all of that. And it would reflect in menu prices, and menu prices would have to go up quite a bit. So that would be the effect of it. So we would oppose this. I'm happy to answer questions. I know we're coming up on noontime.
Thank you. I see lots of questions. Representative Baroudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You made a statement that right now it's costing, say, $1 million to someone, and it's going to go to $3 million. You also said that they're the highest paid people. So if they're getting way more than minimum wage, where does that extra $2 million fit in here? It seems like they're already making that much.
Well, the cash wage from the employer right now is $327. So if you now require them to pay the full minimum, that's more than double what the current.
Follow up, please. Follow up. But they're really obligated to pay the $725, and it's going to go to $1350. So you're only talking about that window of increase. But the way you projected these people making so much more than minimum wage, they're already making $15 or $20 an hour.
Yeah, I was trying to explain from the operator's standpoint the cost right now for the servers, which is the $327 an hour, and the difference Under this bill, which would do away with that 327, it would then say you have to pay the servers, well, under now it would be 725. So it's a difference between the 327 and the 725, which is more than double, for 60% of his staff. That's what I'm saying. Yes, from the employee side, they're making that, correct. But from the employer side, it's an increase in that cost. See what I'm saying? The cash wage.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think we've heard in testimony in the previous bill, one thing that could happen in response to this changing of how restaurant compensation is structured is that a restaurant could choose to raise menu prices and prohibit tipping altogether. Have you seen any other arrangements that would either be legal under New Hampshire law or common in other states, such as tip pooling or anything else that you would think that might be a response to this bill and how to restructure how both front of house and back of house are compensated?
Yeah, so tip pooling, tip sharing, that's, it's a tricky issue. I know the department, the New Hampshire Department of Labor pays close attention to tip pooling and tip sharing. Again, tips are the property of the employee, and you certainly can't share the tips from the people in the front of the house with the back of the house. You can't do it. They're the property of the employee, and any tip pooling and tip sharing arrangement has to be voluntary, and so no one can be required to participate in one of those tip pooling or tip sharing arrangements. And there are employers that do get fined because the department thinks the way they run theirs crosses that line. And so employers have to be very careful with regards to tips because they are the property of the employee.
Follow up. Do you know if that's currently New Hampshire law or federal law that prohibits tip pooling from front of house to back of house? And do you think if it's New Hampshire law, there would be a push to change that if the front of house and back of the house would make the same minimum wage?
Is it federal law? State law, yeah.
And second half, do you think there would be a push to change it if this was passed?
I don't know that the proponents of this bill would push for that, but I suspect maybe the industry would. I don't know. Making such a dramatic change like this will probably result in other things happening. Exactly. I think it's what you're trying to point out is that there are going to be some other unintended consequences. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative McKenzie.
This is not going to be easy to unpack, but I have some questions relative to your numbers that you came up with, suggesting that this is going to be a major increase for employers. Currently, they pay $7.25 an hour in the house. Whoever, they have to meet that standard, correct?
So a restaurant operator, to the tipped employees, they give them the cash wage of $3.27 an hour.
Yes.
The rest comes in tips. So if you were to pass this bill, instead of $3.27 an hour, it would be $7.25 an hour to all the servers, which represent, and this place was 60% of the staff.
Follow-up question. So what is occurring is that some $2 million, I think, what you suggested, that is actually the tips of the customers that are going to offset the employer's responsibility. Is that correct, towards the minimum wage?
So I think you're trying to color the wages. When I say color, the tips are red and the cash wage from the employer is blue, and somehow, the worker gets some red dollars and blue dollars. At the end of the day, I think the tip workers like it the way it is because it's, whether it's tips or from the employer, they're still the highest paid. I don't know if I answer your question.
No.
No. We could talk afterwards.
I think this is an important point, Mr. Chairman, that the wages, the tips that employees receive go to offset the employer's responsibility towards a minimum wage. Is that correct?
You weren't recognized for a follow-up.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
just to remind everyone, we all have the executive session to make our important points about these bills. And I appreciate that you've had some good questions, but we don't need to engage witnesses in a debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you have a follow-up, you are recognized for it.
Okay. I'll repeat my question.
So the minimum wage is $7.25, and I think what you're trying to say is that the employer, because they're only paying the cash wage of $3.27, they use the tips to offset the $7.25 minimum that they're required to pay. And yes.
Thank you.
I'll go around this way and then come back, Representative Avaloni. I wanted to go around the whole room now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Vayu, for being here for us. The difference between the tip wage and a 725 is we pay the taxes and insurance and everything else that accumulates for that 327 to be paid to the employee. If we were now required to pay 725, we would have to do obviously a match of withholdings, workman's compensation, possible increase in other insurance areas, whether it be short-term disability, long-term disability, things like that. So I think that the way it has been interpreted is that tips offset those wages, but the employer is responsible for paying the initial cost for those wages, which in your example would increase the cost, the base cost to the employer.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Representative Mason.
Thank you for taking my question. And thank you. Could you tell me, do you know of other states that go to a minimum wage, or do they all have a reduced wage for restaurant workers?
The majority of states, the overwhelming majority, have a minimum, and for servers, there's a tip wage.
Could I follow up?
Yes.
So I'm struggling a little bit with this. I mean, say you get on an airplane and you fly somewhere. I mean, the POS systems today, they have recommended tips and this and that. So if you had something different where the wages are there, would it create a problem where people just wouldn't know how much to tip if their wages were added to their food prices?
Well,
I mean, that would.
No, I think people would, well, what would be the result of this bill requiring the full minimum to the servers? Menu prices would increase dramatically. And what would be the result of that? It'll probably would be mixed. Maybe there would be some that would still continue to tip at the same level. There'd probably be some low wage workers that now the price of the meal increased so much, they can't tip as much. Maybe some people wouldn't go out as much because they can't. So it would have a variety of effect, yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, do tipped workers work harder, or do they generally work less hard?
Is that just a general state? Look, tip workers are the most valued workers in the industry because they're the face of they're interacting with the customers. They work hard, they're valued, and that's probably why they're the highest paid.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. The other member's question about the point of sale system display a recommended tip made me think of something. With to your knowledge, would there be anything in existing law that prohibits restaurants, for example, from charging a 10% service fee and then also recommending a tip of 10%, using that service fee to make up the difference in the new higher minimum wage they have to pay, and acknowledging that in recommending a lower tip and using that to restructure the flow of money?
I don't know that I can answer that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you very
Thank you.
much for your testimony. Next up, I would like Representative Staub, who is a co-sponsor of this bill, obviously in support, and has asked for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I hadn't planned to speak, but let me just say that I've been doing a little bit of research while folks have been talking. The tipped wage in Maine is $6.90, which is just 35 cents less than what this bill would do. And in Massachusetts, it's $8.25, and in Vermont, it's $6.59, and in New Hampshire, it's $3.27. Also, I would like to expand the scope beyond restaurant workers. Hairdressers are also tipped workers. They get paid $3.27 an hour. A number of years ago, I spoke to an elderly woman who lived in Kittery, Maine, and she was in her 80s, but she still liked to work as a hairdresser. And they would call her in to one of these chain hairdressing salons. So she said, yeah, and when I get called to work in Portsmouth, if nobody comes in, they pay me $7.25 an hour. This was a number of years ago. She says, but if I get to work in Maine, I get paid $9 an hour. So, if nobody comes in, then you get paid the minimum wage. I think the other thing, which I'm not 100% sure about, but I would invite you to investigate this, is I believe you can average. So, for example, if someone comes in and has a really good shift and they make, $30 an hour for their shift, and they come in the following day and nobody's there and they spend it rolling silverware or, sweeping the floor in the bathroom or, doing little menial tasks, and they don't make any money, nobody comes in, then you can average over those 2 days so they don't have to pay the $7.25 an hour for that day of work. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to answer some questions. There are 8 states that do not have a subminimum wage for restaurant workers. They're California, Minnesota, Montana, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, and Alaska. Oh, and one more. But there are a number of states that are on track to get rid of the tipped minimum wage as well.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I would ask Stephen Nass from the Free State Food Network, who is speaking in opposition for the bill, signed up for 1 minute.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I've already stated that I believe that workers in this state would not support this bill, and I find it really odd that somehow I've made it through my whole career without working with servers that want to do away with tipping. But I did want to bring up a previous speaker made some points about businesses like Denny's, and they might have mentioned some other ones, finding it more profitable to do away with tipping in the states where they were forced to do away with tipping. And I would just like to make the point that these big corporations like this would not be in favor of voluntarily getting rid of tipping, or they would already do it, but they are in favor of the playing field for everybody being leveled like that, because they can, as massive franchises, can more easily absorb those costs versus their competitors, the small businesses, which a previous speaker spoke about. They love the fact that New Hampshire has many small businesses and we're really thriving in that way compared to some other states. These big corporations would love for a bill like this to take place so that a huge burden is placed on themselves, but also all of their competitors, and their competitors would be unable to absorb it. So we would see in our state what would happen would be like what happened with Walmart and all their competitors, where Walmart can drastically drop their prices, their competitors go out of business, Walmart takes that market share and takes over, and then now you don't have any competitors anymore. I don't think I personally want to live in a state where we drive all of our small businesses under, and then we're just left with the Denny's, the Applebee's, the TGI Fridays, etc. I'd much rather keep the tipped wage, which allows the small businesses to be competitive with the larger corporations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question. Was it your understanding that this bill does away with tips?
Well, it dramatically affects it, does it not? We're discussing the payment of sub-minimum wages. So anything that's removing the ability and interfering with the ability of small businesses to decide their own wages is going to have that effect of making them anti-competitive.
Oh. Is it your understanding that this bill does away with tipping?
That is not my understanding.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. I'm down to 2 cards. And so Representative Baruti, if you could get the blue sheets for 57 and 58 and pass them forward while we wrap things up here. I would call Representative Horgan, who is speaking in support of the bill for
Yes.
2 minutes.
I was glad I'm resident Timothy Horgan from Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. And we do have a number of independent restaurants in town. I would disagree that this. I was glad the previous witness acknowledged that it doesn't eliminate tipping. I think there is still you still will tip. It's just the floor. It was just like the floor that's guaranteed by the employer would be higher, and I don't think that would drastically increase menu prices. And I'm not even sure if increasing menu prices is that terrible a catastrophe. And if indeed the servers are the highest paid people in the restaurant business because they're the public facing side of it, that would make that industry somewhat unique. That's not how most industries in our capitalist society work. Usually the people at the front lines are the lowest paid. And the previous witness also mentioned Walmart, and then earlier today we heard about Sears. Once Sears was a Goliath that dominated the retail industry, so I'm sure Walmart will eventually go the way of Sears and other retail Goliaths. Maybe somebody else will take its place. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, Walmart was mentioned in this bill, so that's and actually another point which I haven't been to most of the hearing, but it's probably hasn't been taken up much is sub-minimum wages, for example, with people with disabilities. I think those if they're not worth the minimum wage, I can understand why you have them coming in and doing tasks, but they should not be asked to subsidize their jobs. That should be done by someone else, and they should be guaranteed the minimum wage for their efforts. So I urge you to. Okay, I've heard that law is already fixed, so there's an amendment coming in. So I urge you to support this bill, and higher wages are not a bad thing anyway. So thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you again. Last up, and if I get this wrong again, I'm sorry. Grace Kandeke. Kandeke. Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll remember it if next time I see it. AFSC in support of the bill, 2 minutes.
Yes, so thank you so much. I wasn't originally intending to testify, but I just wanted to share another story. So I appreciate your indulgence and your time in hearing me today. So the first restaurant job I ever had in New Hampshire was a little place called New Dat Hing Restaurant. It was a Chinese restaurant that was owned by a Chinese couple that had come to the United States because of the one-child policy rule. And so in order to keep their youngest daughter, they moved here. They picked up their whole family and they moved here and raised their children here. And they opened a restaurant in Goffstown in Pinardville that was a local favorite. And they hired me at 16 years old with no experience in restaurants. I'd been doing mostly childcare and nannying at that point. They hired me and they started me off. I was 16 years old. I graduated in 2005. That was 2003, I want to say. They started me off at $7 an hour and they increased my wage progressively up to $10 an hour. And they continued to allow me to take and earn tips on top of that base wage. And so I am in support of this bill because if an immigrant couple owning a restaurant in this state who have very little and are working on the thin margins, and I know they're not the only example of restaurant owners, business owners who are in good, have a good relationship with their employees, are trying to do the best that they can to provide their employees. And we were a small restaurant. We were a staff of 4 people, 2 people in the back of the house, 1 person, that was me, who ran back and forth from the front of the house to the back of the house, and our driver, Fred, who was great. And so if they could manage to pay me and Fred and anyone else that they would hire seasonally for the very, very busy periods, at minimum $10 an hour plus tips, I think that there is no reason why this committee and why this state in the year of our Lord 2023 cannot increase the base sub-minimum wage to be at the very minimum to meet the federal standard. It does not do away with tips. Our tipped workers would still be able to earn those tips. That is not the issue. Employers across the state are willing to do this. And unfortunately, they're not here. And that's good to know. It's good for us to recognize that we need to be bringing more of those voices into this space. But my hope is that my story, recognizing that this is already happening and we can do this. So please vote ought to pass on HB 57.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you. That was my last card
Thank you.
For this bill. So before I close the hearing, we had a number of people sign the blue sheets for HB 57. The first one, there were 19 in favor and 3 opposed. For HB 58, there were 18 in favor and 1 opposed. I would remind both the committee and anyone watching that we also now have online signups and online testimony. So that is open throughout the day, so that can keep coming in, and that's something that can be checked online. So with that, I'll close the hearing for HB 58. We are now into our lunchtime. Hopefully 40 minutes is plenty of time for everybody, and we can be back here promptly at 1 to pick up on our next hearing. Any questions or comments before we leave? Yeah? Yes. Thank you, everyone. See you at 1 o'clock. If everybody could head to their seats, we're a couple minutes behind, but we left for lunch a little late, so. And with Representative Cahill having arrived, we can, I think, get started. No, no. So before I start, Representative Sullivan helpfully asked for a current printout of the online remote testimony and sign-ins. So I would just like to, for the two bills that I read the blue sheets for, HB 57 had 152 in support, 5 opposed, and HB 58 had 79 in support and 3 opposed. And I will save the other ones until we get to those bills. With that, I will open the public hearing on HB 48, which is relative to employee protections from COVID-19 in the workplace. And I would ask the prime sponsor, Representative Horrigan, to introduce his bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was supposed to be in 3 places at one time at one, but my own committee is running half an hour behind. Education is running about 15 minutes behind. So you're pretty much on time. So hopefully it'll all work out. How many is there just the one pink card aside from mine, or are there others?
I'm sorry. Right now I have 2 pink cards.
Okay. All right. Cool. Anyway, so it's a pretty simple bill. We actually, except for the effective date, it's identical to one you had last year. And that one, there were a lot of anti-vax bills, and this was sort of a flip side of it. So it's pretty much COVID-19, the right to use personal protective equipment such as face shields and face masks while employed in the workplace. No employer shall discriminate in any way against an employee based on, the employee exercising his or her rights. And my intention would also, and I don't know if this covers it or not, but also be to forbid, discrimination in hiring based on somebody being vaccinated. So your employer would not be able to fire you, discriminate you in any way if you choose to get vaccinated against COVID-19. And I'll say, even though I'm not wearing a mask and none of us are, it's still very much a concern. The pandemic is still going. 1 million people died in China just in the last month or two. After, of course, that's because they changed their approach to COVID. But they also can't stop you from wearing PPEs. I think this disease is still running rampant. It's killed over 1.1 million Americans, and that's one of the greatest catastrophes in the history of our country. In fact, I think it is the biggest in terms of the gross number of people. And there actually has been a excess number of deaths, and those deaths have been due to very specifically to respiratory disease, i.e. COVID-19, and not to any other causes that have been theorized for it. Now, I frankly don't know of any New Hampshire employees who've outright banned vaccines in the workplace. I did see one online ad for, I think it was like a business in Manchester starting a casino, which said their hosts and hostesses couldn't be vaccinated, but that could just be one isolated incident. But I know during the 2021 shutdown and the economic chaos that followed, a number of businesses shut down, and some of them did specifically cite the PPEs and the mask mandates as one of the reasons why they shut down their business. So they did. There are probably other reasons why they chose to shut down their business, but a number of business people did cite that as a specific reason why they didn't want to continue keeping the doors open on their business. So I've got several assumptions here, which I think they're pretty widely accepted in the outside world, but some more controversial here at the State House. One is, as I said, the COVID-19 pandemic is one of the worst catastrophes in human history, and it's still going on. The vaccines, I think they're well worth taking. They're not 100% effective or 100% safe, but they're very effective and very safe. Especially the three vaccines here, the Moderna, Pfizer, and the Janssen vaccine. They're all safe and effective. They've been adequately tested. The process worked well in those cases, and I actually followed that during the pandemic. During my free time, that's what I did, to watch a lot of the webinars about it. And I do think the vaccines, they make you less susceptible to COVID-19 virus and also less likely to spread it to others. Also, the PPEs are worthwhile, even though not 100% effective. And the same goes for the drug treatments such as Paxlovid, which I'll say parenthetically, I actually caught COVID this summer, and it was obviously I didn't die, but I did take the Paxlovid, and that made a big difference. And finally, this is a very key thing. There is no natural or civil right to spread a deadly contagious respiratory virus. So that's you do have the right to decide how you want to be treated, but you don't have the right to spread it to someone else. So that's my bill. I think it's fairly simple. It fell a little short last time, but that was then, and this is now. And at the worst, you can say that it's harmless. But so I would, and we should err on the side of caution. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the representative, for taking my question. How specifically regarding the right to use personal protective equipment such as face masks and face shields while employed in the workplace, how would you see this interact with any sort of regulations or workplace requirements for like closed spaces and other disadvantaged workplaces where there are very specific requirements for safety that may interfere with this right and other working conditions where that sort of issue would come up?
I don't know specifically if you feel there's an issue. The bill's in your committee, so you're free to put in an amendment to clarify that if you want. I mean, most of the time, I can think of more situations where especially like the medical industry or other things where you're required to mask up even in the absence of a COVID pandemic and or wear face shields. So I think this is I don't know of industries where those commonly used items interfere with other safety requirements. But if there are some, then maybe the bill needs to be tweaked, because I certainly also think it may need to be tweaked to prevent discrimination at the hiring end before you're working there, because I did see an example of that. Whether it's isolated or not, I don't necessarily know. But yeah, so if you want to amend the bill to address that issue, you're welcome to do so. And depending on whether I like the amendment or not, I'll support it or not, as the case may be.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've received a lot of messages from people in my district as well as others to amend the bill to protect the unvaccinated as well. Would you oppose a bill to ban, if we amended this bill to also include the unvaccinated as protected from discrimination, would you support it or would you oppose it?
Well, it depends on the text of the bill, but I would probably oppose it. I mean, certainly we have the right not to get vaccinated, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everybody else has to pretend that it's just as safe for that person to share the air that we breathe as it is for somebody who's not vaccinated. And certainly the masks and stuff, then, well, very few people are wearing them. You see a few around the State House, but there's very few people who actually can't wear them at all. And certainly there were exceptions to the rules for those. So I haven't seen the amendments, so I don't want to speculate too much, but I would guess I would not be too enthusiastic about it, but I will defer my final judgment until the committee finishes its work and it comes back to the floor of the House.
Representative Alwan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. How do you rectify this with workman's compensation? If the employee overheats on a hot day wearing protective equipment and falls and hurts themselves because of the protective equipment, would workman's compensation cover them?
Well, I'm not an expert on workman's compensation. We did have 2 summers when people were commonly masking. So like the pandemic hit the U.S. in well, in earnest in mid-March of 2020. So the summers of 21 and 22 the summers of 21 and 22 did happen before we began getting back to normal, or at least the new normal. So I don't really know if large numbers of people were overheating and stuff. Certainly, this is just I mean, you certainly can waive the requirement if somebody is indeed overheating just from wearing the mask or the face shield. But I don't really know that there are a large number of cases related to that. And as I said, we do have 2 summers worth of data to see whether or not that was the case. Thanks.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the follow-up, Representative. Let's say that they're in a type of employment that could catch themselves on fire, whether it be a welder, whether it be somebody cooking in a kitchen, whether it be somebody outside
Well,
doing dangerous work, decides to wear a mask.
well, welders typically wear masks anyway, so
They wear protective face shields for their thing, but if they have a mask underneath and gets under
Well-
their mask and catches their thing on fire, would workman's compensation cover for that?
well, once again, although obviously the hospitality industry hit hard, but kitchens, we do have 2 years of data on the incidents in kitchens and and other workplaces where they work with flammable materials. So certainly there are fireproof PPEs and other types of filters that people have been using routinely for years. So once again, I guess I'm not the expert on it, but I'm sure the information should be available somewhere. And certainly there are fireproof PPEs, so they're not all. It's not just the cheap K95 and paper masks, which I agree probably are pretty flammable, but there's alternative devices people can wear, and certainly those industries kept going during the pandemic, so there's probably some experience with that.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kenzie.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand this. So in terms of the COVID vaccine,
Yeah.
so a healthcare worker, a paramedic, a firefighter, all those people can make a decision whether they want to be vaccinated or not.
Yeah.
And so the employer, why does the employer have access to that information one way or the other?
That's a very valid question. I mean, on the other side of it, certainly are employers who've asked their employees to be vaccinated. And I know at the hearings last year for the anti-vax bills, there were a number of people who came in and told us that they had quit their jobs rather than get vaccinated after being asked to be vaccinated or otherwise. So that's, I mean, most cases, the employer doesn't know for sure, but it's pretty easy to get vaccinated and not tell your employer if your employer had such a prohibition in place. And I do know anecdotally when I went for the vax, we had the vax clinic March 2021. I know at least one of our colleagues came who's one of the most vocal anti-vaxxers, and he came in and got the J&J shot just like other members of us who were expressing different positions. So I mean, that's I don't want to say anything more about it than that because that's his decision, and I understand why he made it, and I understand why he's made the decisions he's made since then. But it is true if your employer bans it, it's pretty hard for them to find out. So, but still, this would prohibit them from harassing you if they don't like the vaccine and found out that you got vaxxed.
Follow up? You have a follow-up?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. The final card that I have is Melissa Blasek, representing Rebuild New Hampshire, requesting 3 minutes and has not signed up either in support or opposition.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Melissa Blasek. I'm the Executive Director of Rebuild NH, and we are neither supporting nor opposing this bill. As written, we do oppose all discrimination against anybody who would choose to get a vaccine or not, or wear a mask or not. Unfortunately, the bill as written is only one side of that coin. And I find it a little difficult to believe that it is a widespread issue, considering that for 2 to 3 years there have been government mandates for the vaccines and masks, and I somewhat find it hard to believe that people could be facing widespread discrimination for simply following government dictates. However, I do find it a little offensive to the countless people who did lose their livelihoods for their choice to not get a very non-sterilizing vaccine that actually is showing negative efficacy at the moment. But as written, I feel that the bill is a solution in search of a problem, but we would support amending the bill to include anti-discrimination for those who get a vaccine, do not get a vaccine, wear a mask, or do not get a mask. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see no questions, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Representative Baroudi, if you could pass the blue sheet for HB 48 up. And I do have the online testimony for that. Online, 11 signed in support, 18 in opposition, and 7 signed in with no neutral recommendation.
Who's going to give us the online testimony?
And on the paper sign-in sheet, we had 3 individuals sign in support. So with that, we've got about 6 more minutes before we can open our next hearing. So the committee will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you. If anyone did a search of bills and their paper is missing, a printout got passed around with some other testimony, so it's up here if you lost them. All right, if we can get back to our seats. Thank you. That's 74, so that's this one. All right. I would like to open the public hearing on House Bill 74 relative to an employee's unused earned time. And Representative Cahill, if you would introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Representative Michael Cahill from Newmarket. I represent the towns of Newmarket and Newfields, Rockingham 10. And Labor has seen this bill a few times in various iterations. This is very similar to the one that we talked about last year. But for the benefit of the new members, I certainly want to talk about it again and to perhaps reinforce those who are wavering last time. With this legislation, I hope to prevent the loss of earned but unused time and that this be recognized as wages due when employment ends under certain conditions. These would include the sale of the company, where the time would be transferred to the new owner or wages paid by the prior owner. Now, this is something that is very commonplace, but apparently not required in the state of New Hampshire. When the company ceases operations, again, this is something where the employee had no control, perhaps very little notice, and you would pay the wages that they had for the previous week or pay period, but not the vacation wages, that was not your policy. Again, people have earned these wages, earned the vacation. Or a layoff. Often happens without notice. One of the examples I've included in the packet is a person who was laid off on a Friday, and filed a claim with the Labor Department, but the policy of the employer was that you had to request your vacation time 3 weeks in advance, and with being laid off with no notice, you'd have no opportunity to request 3 weeks in advance. So this, in fact, is another situation where the person lost, I think it was some $2,300, which is significant, really through no fault of their own, and these wages would be paid if this bill were to pass going forward. So the fourth one is when the employee leaves in good standing, given proper notice, et cetera. This is something that was given to me by the Honorable Representative Herschel Nunes, who served on this committee and had experience in human resources. And this is something where I know people had said, well, what if I catch the person stealing, or they punch the boss in the nose? And this is really, what if that doesn't happen? What if you had somebody who worked in your company, contributed, and now this is just the time for them to move on, various reasons, and they perhaps they'll even spend a little time helping train the replacement. This could be worth something to you. And earlier we heard testimony that businesses like their employees, and I'd like to think that's true. And so why would you deny them something that they've earned simply because you can? So current law is guided by the employer's practice or policy, which may include this blanket statement: vacation/PTO is not paid upon termination. I bring this legislation because circumstances matter, and when they are beyond the employee's control, they should not lose what they have earned. I have cited the case where several employees lost their earned time when the business was sold. The employer's policy stated it is not paid at termination, and they made no provision for their hours to be transferred to the new company where they continued to work. In another case, an employee lost 3 weeks when laid off without notice. The employer's policy required 2 weeks advance notice when requesting time off, which was impossible under the circumstances. I want to point out the Pines of Newmarket document from the here where and I've given a separate sheet listing the dollars that were claimed, attempted to claim, that were accrued vacation by 5 employees who did file and lost because the employer's policy said, we don't pay out, doesn't matter that you earned it. And that employer simply kept the $2,261.44 that should have been paid to those 5 workers. Sorry, I digress. Right. So of the applicable conditions listed above, only the last is controversial in that the employee has a role in the decision. Consider that vacation requests are approved by management and that the needs of the business, the ability to cover the task, etc., may not align with the employee's plans. It may be in the best interest of the company for the departing employee to be at work the entire month, the entire last month, rather than taking 2 weeks off, rather than lose them, then giving notice. This would be particularly helpful if the new hire would benefit from the experience of the outgoing employee during the transition. So is this a problem for the legislature to solve? Some may say the policy was in the employee handbook, it's a contract. Well, yes, this allows the employee to plan their vacations and comply with any use it or lose it and carryovers in the handbook. These provisions are unaffected by the legislation. It is primarily addressing the events the employee could not plan for, like when Lucy moves the football. So I have a link here to the data from the Labor Department's wage decisions. And again, not every call or claim is logged, only those that go to a hearing where both parties attend. So the numbers are probably a bit larger than what I report here, but I did give you some numbers and that this is significant. And when people don't have their vacation pay at the end, if they go to collect unemployment, they start immediately. Whereas if they're paid their vacation, those times is used up before any funds come from the trust fund. So if you have a week's vacation paid to you, your claim begins after that is used up. So we protect the trust fund, we honor the work of our employees and our commitment, and it's a value that we should be doing this. So with that, I will end and take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I don't see any questions, so thank you for your
Sorry,
testimony.
may I add one more thing?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did notice Mr. Arlinghouse, and I think he's going to speak to the fiscal note, which does seem like a large figure, but I believe that refers to a mass exodus of state employees, which we will not happen. I know we're not famous for paying high wages, but I don't think everyone's going to quit at once.
All right, thank you. With that introduction, I would ask Commissioner Arlinghouse of the Department of Administrative Services to speak. He has checked off that he's in support of the bill, and I'm a little concerned. It looks like you said you're going to speak for an hour and a half.
A minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, good.
I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative
yes.
Services. To be clear, I'm neither in support or in opposition to the
Okay.
bill. I'm here to explain our fiscal note. So the fiscal note was written by somebody saying, well, what's the maximum possible impact of this? And the number is extraordinarily large based on who doesn't accrue leave in our current system. And I can explain that. If state government shut down entirely and everybody were laid off, these are the people who don't accrue leave. I think that eventuality is unlikely. State government's very unlikely to shut down and 11,000 people get laid off. I'm not aware of any plans in that direction, and they would concern me. But it outlines who the people are, and there are about 830 people who don't accrue leave. They fall into two buckets. They don't accrue leave in the system. One of them I'm going to actually dismiss from the fiscal note immediately, which is judicial branch employees, because they track their leave separately. Judicial branch employees do get paid out leave upon exodus, upon retirement or dismissal, resignation or dismissal. And so 570 or so of those people you should ignore from your fiscal note, which would lower it. The fiscal note then refers to about 259, 260 unclassified employees. And because of the way the bill is written, we don't know if it applies to them or doesn't apply to them from this standpoint. Classified employees in the state system accrue leave. The leave is banked and managed and tracked in New Hampshire First, the state computer system. And upon their leaving in the system, they do get paid out for annual time that's on the books. And whether they're laid off, whether they resign, or whatever the circumstances are. Unclassified employees do not. They don't accrue leave. Their leave is not managed in that way. Upon their leaving the system, there is a payout in lieu of that of 3 days per year worked. And so regardless of what happens, so that the leave is not tracked in that way, if that payout is sufficient for the meaning of the bill, then there's no fiscal note whatsoever. If it's not sufficient for the meaning of the bill, the cost, because I want to exclude the judicial employees, is about a third of the number that's in your fiscal note. And in addition to that, it's worth noting that that is a thought exercise about what is the maximum possible liability in the unlikely event the state government were to end, which is not probably something you want to use for your purposes. I think for your planning purposes, the fiscal impact on this is, on the state, is de minimis.
Thank you for that testimony. I do have a question. So given the situation where you have a payout, but it's not, let's say it's considered to not be in compliant with this bill, would that then, in your mind, make it a priority, given this effect, to say, well, we need to change the way, remove the payout that we have and replace it with something that matches the language?
It's possible for the 259 people we would have to do that. For the unclassified employees, I don't, if I'm honest, I think that I think what would probably happen, and lawyers would decide this, not me, is we would argue that that system is compliant with the bill. And I think my quick read of the bill is that that's an argument that could go either way. And so that's what I would argue first. If it were found to be that case, we would merely have to tweak the way we account for unclassified employees. I don't think it would have any dramatic effect on state government.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Allinghos. Given the fact that you put a fiscal note with this, did you include any county or local?
We didn't. We don't really have any way to account for that. We don't have the data or the records to know the impact on county and local.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much for testimony.
Thanks. Have a great
testifying
day.
here today. Next up, I'd like to ask Dave Juve. He is representing the BIA. He is in opposition to the bill and has requested 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association. We are opposed to the bill, but it's a issue that I have had frequent conversations with Representative Cahill about, and I promised him today I would say something nice about it. And the nice thing I will say is there is a germ of a fair idea in here that I want the committee to recognize. And that is there may be situations in employment where an individual is laid off with no notification whatsoever. And if they are working for an employer who doesn't pay for earned but unused time, they lose that benefit. And so I think the germ of the fair idea would be if you were to limit this to employees who had no control over their leaving the company through a layoff, or even if the company were sold and there were not arrangements for that vacation to carry over to be paid off. That's something that I think you could legitimately say, that's not fair. And I think we would acknowledge that's not fair. But for us, this bill is too broad and it creates problems. The first is a philosophical one, which you may or may not share with the BIA. The philosophy is employers are in the best position to determine what benefits they want to offer to retain employees and attract new employees. But there are other issues with the bill, one of which is it talks about the accrued time being paid when the employee leaves in good standing or the termination as a result of a layoff. But there are a lot of companies out there, I work for one of them, that have a use it or lose it benefit. So I get a certain amount of days per year paid time off, vacation time. If I don't use that by the end of the year, it's gone and we start afresh January 1st. This doesn't seem to take that into account. So I don't know if that was by design, meaning that's too bad for those employees, but they didn't use it, so they lose it, or if it was somehow thought that they should receive that, but it wasn't written in the bill. The second is there are companies, again, I'll use my own employer as an example, that we have vacation time, paid time as a benefit, but we also have something else that's called personal time, which is also a paid benefit. It's not meant to be used for vacations. It could be used for sick, but it's not called sick time or sick days. It could be used if you have a sick child or a sick pet, or in my case, I used it recently. I was flying home from Florida on Monday and my flight was canceled and I couldn't get a flight out until the next day on Tuesday. So the day I was planning on being at work, I was unable to. That's something that I would take a personal day for, not a vacation day. So this doesn't seem to account for that. And then there are companies, and they're becoming more and more common in the technology economy that we're in, that don't have vacation days at all. They just work time off, paid time off is arranged between the individual and the employer, and it's not something that's tracked. So it's unclear how those companies would make arrangements for this. So all in all, I think this bill has some problems, but if the committee would like to refocus that on just employees who are laid off, terminated with no knowledge and no ability to do anything about that, that's something I think we could all consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You focus on, with your fair idea, the employees that are unable to use the vacation because they didn't have notice of the termination of employment. Would you go so far as to extend that to employees who are unable to use the vacation because of the needs of the business? I mean, they kept requesting vacation time, but the manager kept denying the request, saying, "This is not too good time. This is too busy," and basically it snowballed
Bringing them out.
snowballed into making it completely unable to be used.
Thank you for the question. I think it is certainly something worth having some discussion about. I'm not sure how one would track that, or if it would be up to the employee to show repeated requests that were denied. I think your example is a good one where it was not in the employee's ability to take the vacation. I just don't know if there would be difficulty tracking that, or on the employer's part, keeping track of those requests. I think it's worthy of discussion.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So I think you mostly already answered this, but you would foresee problems in administering that sort of extension of the idea, and determining who would qualify and who wouldn't, and the point where it almost would become unworkable, possibly.
I'm sorry.
You would foresee problems in administering that delineation between if the employee was unable to use the time because of the needs of the business, or just because they didn't use it, and determining from a Department of Labor standpoint which cases qualified and which didn't.
Them not using it is fairly black and white. The being able to distinguish a request that was turned down, the employer could say, well, that particular week was not good, but the next week would have been available, but he didn't ask for that. So it's that type of situation that creates a gray area.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Juve. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
For the purpose of the layoff, we have seasonal, obviously New Hampshire has seasonal employees. Do you see a problem with that if the employee goes back to work a month later after they're being laid off? If, construction,
Right.
paving, snow plowing, removal, any industry that only operates 9 or 10
Right,
months out of the year would lay off
Yeah.
for a temporary layoff and then have them come back. Would you see that being an issue?
I think it's an excellent question, and I guess that is something my answer would be the same. That is something that would be worthy of discussion. I don't know if one outcome would be they would be paid for any accrued but unused time, but then when they start up again 2 months later, they start back at zero. I don't know. I think it's something that would have to be discussed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. And let me see what's on the card. Yes, but I think I'll go with this first. Representative Perez is going to speak 4 to 5 minutes in support of the bill.
Thank you again, members of the committee, for allowing me to speak. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative from District 43 in Milford. I'm here to speak in support of this bill because it is critical that people have the right to roll over whatever specific time, a personal time they earn. In a lot of cases, especially in some industries, people don't have a coverage to be able to use their time before the end of the year. And if that person works so hard to earn that time, I believe they should have the right to roll over that time. For example, I'm just gonna be a little personal on this one. My mother-in-law, she was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. Okay. My husband, before, previous that, he didn't utilize the time that he had. He's an electrician, so he earns a lot of personal time. But by the time at the end of the year came, he still had time off that he can utilize the following year to take his mother for chemo and radiation. But he wasn't allowed to roll over that time. It was hard for us as a family to be able to take my mother-in-law to chemo and radiation without missing time and not having any more personal time. But if he were allowed, his employee would allow him to roll over that time, he would be able to, be with his mom and not me taking my personal time. Or other relatives has to take day off from work without getting paid because we didn't have someone to be with her. That's why I'm supporting this bill, and that's why I think it's critical for us to support employees.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? I see none, so thank you again. Next, I would call Bruce Berkey, representing NFIB New Hampshire, speaking for 3 minutes in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, Bruce Berkey with the National Federation of Independent Business here in New Hampshire, representing over 1,400 small businesses. And I think my testimony can be somewhat expedited given Mr. Juve's presentation to you. Ours is similar, maybe a couple of tweaks. Certainly in line 4 of the bill, where it has the threshold of 15 employees. I'm not sure what the right number is, but the concern would be once that is put into statute, that number could be lowered over time. And that could have an impact on many, many very, very small businesses in the state of New Hampshire. And in those lines 4, 5, 6, I think it's important that it's recognized that if there is a written policy that a business has, somewhat of a contract between the employer and the employee, that there's a true understanding between the two of what rights each side has. And if that unearned time is delineated, is explained within that policy and says, you can't take it with you, or you can take it with you, I think that's what should dictate the policy for that employee. It should not be state statute. It should be that relationship between the employer and the employee, and not having the state of New Hampshire dictating what the policy is. And I think that Mr. Juve also brought up a very, very good point on line 17, where if the person leaves in good standing, that really emphasizes the concern that I just expressed in terms of that relationship between the employer and employee. If that person in good standing makes the decision to leave, and the policy lays out that they cannot take their unused earned income or earned time with them, then they don't get it. And so I think that, it has to be carefully crafted so that it isn't the state just stepping in and saying, Mr. Business Owner, Mrs. Business Owner, this is the way you have to do it. I think there needs to be that flexibility between the employer and the employee, especially for very small businesses in the state. With that, I'll conclude my remarks and be happy to try and address any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. So what standing does a person have? You talked about the relationship between employer and employees, that they have a contract. There's
an agreement.
So,
yeah.
So what jurisdiction, and the Labor Department is here, they might be able to answer this, but do they have standing under the law to be able to challenge that in a case where they have an agreement that has been worked out, where they have, clear understanding and the employer does not abide by the document.
Well, if there's a clear written policy by, between the employer and the employee, and that employer violates that policy, I would think there would, definitely be an opportunity to contest that at the Department of Labor. But I think that, that needs to exist.
Mr. Chairman, I guess that's a question for the Department of Labor.
Yes, and he will be coming up next.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes. Representative Avlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Berkey. On line 6, if upon reading it, so if an employer under at 15 or more does not have an accrual policy, it looks like earned time shall be paid on a prorated basis. Is that starting a benefit for that because there's no policy, or is that delineating what accrual and earned time is? I was just want your take on that.
I'm sorry, if there's 15 or more, it's my understanding reading this, that if I'm an employer with 15 or more employees, that I must have that written policy. And to your earlier question, Representative Avalani, when you were asking about the seasonal individual, I think that too could be a part of that policy in terms of the relationship between the employer and the employee.
Thank you for clarifying that. And if the employee happens to go back to the employer, although he's paid out all their time and they're starting again, this would eliminate the ability for that employee to say, okay, well, hold on to my vacation time. I know it's a month laid off. We can hold it over until I'm rehired because, it's form of 4 weeks off because they shut down or something like that. Would that eliminate that ability for that employee and an employer to enter into that agreement?
I would have to think about that. I'm not sure.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions? Yes, Representative Colcom, is that? Nope. Okay. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And as I said, I have one final card. If someone could pass the blue sheet for HB 74 forward, and we welcome Deputy Commissioner Ogden from the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Representative Seaworth. For the record, Rudy Ogden, Department of Labor. I'll just go through some of the questions that have come up. Obviously, if there's other questions, I'm happy to take those as well. First, in reference to Commissioner Arlinghouse's point, following along with what he said, while I ultimately agree that it could be and would be disputed between attorneys, I think ultimately his question about how it would be handled for payout of those folks, that he said they're paid the 3 days for years of service. We would see that as not being problematic relative to this language. This language for the proposed legislation does not seem to create a new benefit. It's instead speaking to instances in which there is a benefit provided. So if the present payout process for separated employees from unclassified services is they get 3 days of pay, that's not creating earned time or earned time that is unused. Rather, it's just creating a payout at separation. So I don't see that as being problematic. To be clear, ultimately, it could be disputed. Speaking to disputes, Representative Avalani's, or the question had come up about, is there, I forget who had asked it, Representative McKenzie, about is there opportunity or standing for folks? Presently, that is what happens. And what I mean by that's what happens now is right now existing law, as was stated by Representative Cahill, is that policy or practice controls. So if an employer has written policy or has a standing practice, or there's a combination of both policy and practice, that is what controls. If the employee feels as though that has been violated or if something has not happened that should have happened, they can and do file wage claims with the department. As Representative Cahill brought up, we frequently are called on these issues, as you might imagine, when folks separate from an employment. They oftentimes say, well, what happens to my time? Even if the employer has a policy, I will say a lot of employees they might not read the policy, they might not fully understand the policy, or they might just disagree with the policy. So again, we get a lot of calls. Of the calls that we get, a certain number ultimately do result in hearings. So to be clear, there presently is a process or a platform in place whereby individuals can have those disputes brought out. Representative Avalani, your question about the line in line 7 and 8, in the absence of an accrual system, earned time shall be paid on a prorated basis. Again, the department's position on that, reading this language as is not that that creates a new benefit. We would see that language as being simply informative for purposes of how the payout under 5A would happen. We're just seeing that it's not saying, okay, even if they don't get time, they're going to get this payout. We would see it as saying in 5A, it talks about there being a payout, and we would look at the language above and saying, okay, if it's not accrued, there's going to be a proration of the payout based on how long they've been there. So I'm happy to, the only other thing I would point out, and this wasn't directly asked, but it's come up in previous iterations of this bill, is the instances or occasions in which there is an acquisition or a company changes hands. That does come up. And just to be clear what the department can and cannot do, if a new entity buys an existing employer, we are not entitled or authorized to then hold past practice against the new entity. We can and do go after that old employer, but oftentimes, as you might imagine, when someone sells their business, the entity that's been sold, that becomes defunct, and it is difficult to get money out of a defunct entity. But to be clear, the department can't go to the new employer and say, new employer, you're on the hook for time that should have been paid out. So I just want to be clear, because that question has come up in the past of how we handle those instances. Again, what we would do now is, if the policy was that time should have been paid out, we would look to hold the old employer liable, but that's not always possible, especially if they dissolve or in some other way disappear. So I'm happy to take any other questions.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Representative McKenzie.
Can you give us your opinion about, we know that the contracts come in different forms. The written contracts, and then there are oral contracts, verbal contracts that can be agreed to by employers and employees. Have you ever had an instance where there was a verbal contract that came before the department?
No, I think most, off the top of my head, I can't remember one. Most often, if it's not written, then what happens is the practice is what is referenced. So it's, instead of saying what was said the first day I was hired, they look at what happened when other people separated from employment. So Representative McKenzie, I can't say that that's never happened, but in my direct recollection, I can't remember us going off of a verbal only.
One quick follow-up. So the burden then is on the employee to prove past practice.
Correct. Or the department, if it was something the department was doing on its own motion. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Babalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Commissioner Ogden. Some employers front load their time, earned time, vacation time, or anything like that. Under this, would they be entitled to the full amount? Say they loaded up on January 1st, say February 1st they quit, would they be entitled to their full complement of earned time, even though they technically haven't accrued it?
And again, I think that is what the language in 7 and 8 are speaking to, is that if there was some front loading, so if it was a one tranche given at January 1st, where again in 7 and 8, where it says in the absence of an accrual system, earned time should be paid on a prorated basis, I believe that the payout would be prorated. I believe that's the intent of that language. Certainly, I don't mean to speak for Representative Cahill, but that's the department's interpretation of the language.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Prudy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Commissioner, do you think that if this passed, it would make a company aware of the law and probably recognize the problem before they sold it? Or would they just ignore it?
It's an interesting question. I'm not sure if I can fully answer that. I will say that there have been instances where we've dealt with employers that they're not thinking of that. In the process of selling their company, it does not come to mind. So I don't know if that answers the question. I can say it has come up where it's been something overlooked. Oftentimes people selling their companies, there's a lot going on. There's a lot they're trying to figure out. And sometimes this is an issue that's lost.
Follow up?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. But by passing this, there'll be one more thing for them to look at before they sold the company, so they would be aware of it. Or they would recognize it and do something about it.
Correct. I guess, yes, it would be an obligation to look at it.
Thank you.
Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for Commissioner for taking my question. If this law were to pass in the case of a company sale where the old entity is going defunct, do you think this law would help at all? Or would the defunct entity still be, you wouldn't be able to get payout from them even if this law existed and it was more clear that they owed it?
There could always be difficulties in I mean, anytime you're trying to assert or seek recovery of monies, there's always difficulties in collecting those. So I imagine there would still or could still be difficulties. I think the most important piece in terms of what's operative language here is the fact that it's strictly saying if there is one of these transitions in ownership, it should be taken care of before that is fully effectuated. I understand what you're saying. If it's ignored, it would still be an issue to collect.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Do you see that language in the bill that says it should be taken care of part of the transition as imposing a requirement on the new company, the company that's acquiring it? Is there a responsibility for the new company now being created by this bill?
No, the only responsibility I see here is where it talks about the fact that the time could be transitioned over. If that's how it was arranged, then it would be viewed as the new company taking on that responsibility. But I don't see this language as imputing responsibility to the new entity to take on the liability for payout.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if the old company sold because there was a bankruptcy coming up and they sold their assets, would these people be entitled to a claim such as lost wages, if lost earned wages? Would it be under that category, you think, in a bankruptcy?
I mean, if there's owed money in the context of a bankruptcy, they would be entitled to file a claim. In terms of order of precedence, I'm not a bankruptcy expert,
Okay.
but I don't know how that would sort out. But if they're deemed, which they would be deemed as owed money, they'd be creditors. They'd have a claim that could be filed, arguably.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? I see no further questions, so thank you very much for your contribution. That was the final card on this. I'll read out, we have online 16 people signed in to support this bill. None were opposed. And in person, 7 people signed in support and 2 were opposed. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 74. Our next hearing for HB 82 starts at 2:30, so we'll stand in recess until then. Thank you. It looks like 2:30, so if we can get started again. And that's. So I will open the hearing on HB 82. This is relative to employment protection for participants in the therapeutic cannabis program. And I would ask the sponsor, Representative Vale, to introduce the bill. And if you haven't, if a pink card isn't on the way, before you leave, make sure you fill out a pink card for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. There should be a pink card along the way. Oh, great, great. For the record, I am Suzanne Vale of Nashua Ward 3, which is Hillsborough County 6. And I'm here today to ask your committee to consider my bill, House Bill 82, which will give relief to patients of the therapeutic cannabis program by sending the bill to the State House floor with a positive recommendation. You may be familiar with this bill. It has come before the committee, I don't believe the last term, but the term before. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm open to working on this bill and to any amendments that you may find necessary to put this in the place where the bill's intent is most represented in New Hampshire statute. Some states protect employees who participate in their therapeutic cannabis programs, but in New Hampshire, there are no explicit protection for programs for employees who participate in our state's program. They may be at risk of termination or other adverse employment actions if their participation is discovered versus acknowledged. And as legitimate medical care, where they're covered under HIPAA provisions, they're not covered necessarily if they have a positive urine screen during their employment pre-screening process or in the course of their employment when these tests are acknowledged as necessary and contributed to their human resources portfolio on the person. Typically during a urine drug screening where there are substances that are prescribed or only are detected, the lab will call you and they will ask you, is there a reason why this medication is in you have a prescription? Can you provide us with information? This is a pre-employment drug screening. We are required to release these results to your potential employer. And when the potential employer gets these results, they're going to see this substance on there unless you can prove otherwise. So when you're not able to do that, you send this proof to the lab. But when you're not able to do that, we don't have a provision in the law, then we can't ask for a lab to clear us for therapeutic cannabis to work in an industry where that is not necessarily indicated. There are places in the statute on therapeutic cannabis, and I have sent you around a handout that has information on the restrictions that are already placed on people that are participating in the therapeutic cannabis program in the law. So as far as contradictions or contraindications between certain types of labor and certain types of heavy equipment, these things are enumerated, and the process for storing, keeping, managing, and using your medication are really up to you, like with all medication. So here's my story. This actually came up for me as an issue. And I am a patient in the therapeutic cannabis program in the state of New Hampshire, and I have been since 2017. A urine test was required by a company that I wanted to work for over the summer. And this company was based out of New Jersey. New Jersey has laws in place where they protect medical cannabis participants from discrimination in the workplace. They have a thing called the Jake Honig Compassionate Use Medical Cannabis Act signed into law in 2019, and that prohibits employers from taking adverse employment actions against employees who are medical cannabis participants. This includes non-hiring, terminating, or otherwise discriminating against employees based on their status as a medical cannabis participant. They are also, employers are also prohibited from taking adverse employment actions against someone on a positive drug test. And the use is in compliance with the state medical program is taken into consideration. So in my case, nonetheless, I went and I did the urine specimen. The employer reported that they would like to take my test, which the company had to report to this potential employer in New Jersey, and they could not exclude it. They said, we can't clear you for this. So I said, well, just go ahead and we'll see what happens. And if they don't want to hire somebody based on their own state law, and they don't want to protect people who are working remotely based on their own state law, we can at least look at what's going on with ours. So I waited, and I waited 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. And this is time where I could have used the income. And I was hired. But I never felt like the same as if I hadn't opened my medical record to my potential employer. And I felt that this was a way of trying to reduce risk at a time when we really need people in the workforce that have skills and know how to do a good job, and that to discriminate to somebody on the basis of cannabis when it is part of your medical regimen, and in many cases, very serious illnesses that can only be controlled in some ways in this manner. So in this society where we hire and fire according to a patchwork of state laws, we have to refer to how other states have solved this problem. We don't want to systematically reject people or workers in a world that we can't keep up the business without humans. Right now, we're really suffering because we don't have the people between the machines, and because we lost many laborers to this pandemic. It's all a big recipe where we need workers, and that's what we have to focus on, how much we need workers. There are several folks here to testify today. What I wound up doing in response to my situation was I contacted OLS and I said, I think there was a bill in the past that was filed that had cannabis protections for people who want to use the therapeutic, or just even want to try it to try to get their lifelong problem under control so that they can continue to work and not lose their jobs. They can embark on it in the middle of employment, and it doesn't have to be a conversation the person has with the employer when they walk in the door. And it doesn't have a lasting effect like the job I left, because it just was very uncomfortable after having waited to see if they approved me or not, knowing how qualified I was. So again, there are several folks here to testify today, and if I have said anything that they need to correct, I've asked them to do that. And if you have other questions, we'll be listening while others testify. I'm happy to take questions. It turned out that I had been a co-sponsor on this bill, and I did not remember that I had. And the primary sponsor was Representative Wendy Thomas, who I would like to give most of the credit for this bill, because if it just would never have occurred to me. And I was like, wait a minute, we need to do something about this, especially when it hits home. And I am so sorry that it wasn't somebody that came to me. It was me that came to me, but I can tell by the interest in this bill that this is affecting other people and they want you to consider it. So again, please, thank you so much for your time and attention, and I'll take any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Sullivan.
One of the things that was passed out, it's got your name on it, is this document that refers to section 126X:3. Where does this come from? This is RSA or rule or?
RSA.
This is the RSA 126?
Yes.
Okay.
That is, I'm so sorry. I just pulled out that one section. I thought I put the in the, I don't have that one with me right now.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, are there any other prescription drugs or non-prescription drugs with these sort of protections?
I don't know what drugs specifically have protections in the state law, but what I do know is that when you have a urine drug screen and it's a marketed drug that's prescribed to people, that depending on, again, depending on whether you're operating heavy equipment or whether you're in a job where all of the other things in the snippet of statute that I sent around the room. So all of these things are the same if you were to take OxyContin or oxycodone, but those are medically prescribed. I'm just going to call them pills. They're, and so what winds up happening is that they say, do you have a prescription for this? The lab calls you. You go back and forth with the lab. You don't disclose anything to the employer. You disclose it to the lab and you say, oh, yes, I have a prescription for that. They will tell you what kind of proof they need for you to send in order to do what they call clearing you for employment.
Follow up.
So I'm not very familiar with the cannabis program. I got to hear, but is there actually a prescription for it, or how does that work? So like, if a lab asks, do you have a prescription for cannabis? Do you provide them that? And I know you said that they still had to show it to the employer, but I just want to know the details about that.
If this is beyond you, there might be somebody coming up next that can answer it better. Whatever you're comfortable with, but
Thank you. Thank you. I'm hearing that someone else wants to answer that. Thank you. If you don't mind waiting until the next person does. I have an answer, but it's probably not as good as Jerry's.
okay. Anybody else have questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing the bill.
Thank you so much for taking the time to hear my bill.
And as we've all been mumbling, next up we'll ask the Honorable Jerry Knirk back with us. He is on the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, and he has provided some written testimony and asked to speak for 3 or 4 minutes to introduce more of an overview of the therapeutic cannabis law in New Hampshire.
What I was doing, Wendy obviously has first dibs because she still is a rep and I'm not, but we're both trying to ping pong between this and a committee downstairs. Yes, so as the chair has said, I served as a state rep and I still serve as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, so I can give some input into this. I also am a retired orthopedic surgeon. So the issue is that in its November 22 meeting, the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, I should explain what that is. That's a group of about 10 providers, along with a patient representative who's also here to testify, and a representative from the ATCs, the dispensaries. We work together to provide oversight of the medical aspects of the therapeutic cannabis program. And in the November 22 meeting, we considered this bill and we voted unanimously in favor of the concept. We didn't worry about parsing out all the language because we're not labor wonks. We don't know that stuff as well. Point is, cannabis has been demonstrated to be oh, by the way, I did distribute the written testimony. You all have it. I did it before. Therapeutic value in a number of conditions, such as pain, PTSD, and others. Now, to enroll in the program, you have to be certified by your medical provider that you have one of the qualifying conditions that exist in law. So you're certified for it. The prescriber does not prescribe cannabis. We cannot do that because it's a Schedule I drug. Schedule I drugs are drugs which ostensibly have a high abuse for potential and have no therapeutic benefit. Of course, that's actually kind of nonsense because we have cannabis-derived drugs that are approved by the FDA. So the DEA needs to get their act together, but they haven't done that for a long time. So they certify that you have a qualifying condition. And then once you're approved by the therapeutic cannabis program, you're given a registry ID card that enables you to enter the Alternative Treatment Center, or ATC, those are the dispensaries, where you'll receive counseling about the appropriate strains and about the routes of administration that might work best for you, and that's where you obtain the therapeutic cannabis. The therapeutic cannabis program provides valuable educational and therapeutic benefits to over 13,000 patients in New Hampshire. And the majority of the patients who qualified are patients between ages 50 and 70. The vast majority are in the working age group. about 82% of patients have reported that they are able to reduce their prescription drug use. Over 70% of the patients are certified for treating pain. And that often allows them to either lessen or actually avoid the use of opioids. And I followed up. I was not able to certify back when I was still in practice because the law wasn't in yet. But I followed up with some of my patients, and some of them who I could never get off opioids because I did back pain stuff. So were able to get off opioids using just an occasional dose of cannabis, and they were free of them. So it's important to understand, though, that patients who use therapeutic cannabis, they use it to treat a disorder. They do not use it to get intoxicated. Intoxication is not the intended effect. It is a negative side effect. The strategy that we use with patients is to start low and go slow. So we start at a very low dose and we titrate that dose upward until the person reaches their therapeutic benefit without any toxic side effects. If they do, then they may have to try to change to a different strain or something like that. Because again, we're working for function. You relieve the pain so the person can function. If you make them intoxicated, they're not functional. You've not done your job. So we're trying to find that happy medium of the appropriate dose. You'd be amazed to find out there are a handful of our fellow, I guess I can't say that anymore, your fellow representatives who are patients in the therapeutic cannabis program, happily serving and doing a good job. So there are two ways that therapeutic cannabis patients actually face discrimination in comparison to patients with other prescription medications. The first one has to do with unique pharmacokinetics of THC. THC is the psychoactive component in cannabis. And therapeutic cannabis will contain differing amounts of THC. Some will be high in THC, some will be low in THC. But the point is that when you take THC, it is fat soluble. It binds to the fat in your body, and then it is very slowly released and then excreted in the urine. And the issue is that you may still test positive for THC even if you haven't taken any cannabis for a week or even more if you're using a fairly high dose. So the issue is that the mere presence of THC does not denote impairment. And this is very different than what we see in opioids. Opioids are not fat soluble. They're basically in the intravenous and intracellular space. And when you find an opioid under routine testing, that indicates recent dosing. If you find therapeutic cannabis, it could have been a week ago. So think about the person who took some therapeutic cannabis the night before to treat their PTSD or their pain problems so they get a decent night's sleep. They come to work the next day. They've still got THC in their urine. If they took an opioid, it wouldn't be there. So that's one way that it's a little bit difficult. The second, though, is what Representative Vail was just speaking about. They are discriminated against in terms of how the case is handled when it comes back with a positive test for THC. So consider that hypothetical of a patient taking opioids for pain and versus taking therapeutic cannabis. The DOT drug testing employee notice states that if you test positive for an opioid, but you present a valid prescription, the medical review officer will report the result of your test to your employer as negative. That person's disability will be accommodated. But no such protection exists for the patient using therapeutic cannabis, because back to your question, there is no prescription. That's why this bill refers to the certification card, not a prescription. Now, the New Hampshire Supreme Court already addressed this issue in 2022 with their unanimous decision in the Scott Payne versus Right-of-Way Incorporated case. Payne was using therapeutic, interesting name actually, but Payne was using therapeutic cannabis for PTSD, and he requested exemption from routine drug testing as a reasonable accommodation of his disability. But instead, he was fired. The Supreme Court stated that RSA, quote, RSA Chapter 354A does not contain any language categorically excluding the use of therapeutic cannabis as an accommodation, end quote. Therefore, the employer, by the way, while we're at it, the 126X, that is the therapeutic cannabis statute. That's what established the therapeutic cannabis program. So that's what that is when you got distributed. So therefore, the Supreme Court has said the employer might have to consider therapeutic cannabis as a reasonable accommodation. The New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled in support of equal treatment for therapeutic cannabis patients. This doesn't preclude the need for this bill, because we need to put this protection into statute so that thousands of therapeutic cannabis patients don't have to go through litigation to have their disability protected. I do have a recommendation regarding what I see as one flaw in this bill. And in this sense, I'm not speaking for TCMOB because we did not parse out the language since we are not versed in labor law. But this is my view. Lines 7 and 8 of the bill. They state this section shall not apply to employment where drug screening tests are required for the safety of persons and property at the job site. That is a loophole so big you can drive a truck right through it. And that's a problem because any employer could just say, hey, you know, it's important in my business. I don't want you to do that. And that would completely undercut the goal of this bill. So I would recommend amending this to keep it compliant with federal law and federal rule, but remove that option of any random employer exempting themselves by the language I've put in, which would be to strike the part that says required for safety of persons and property of the job site and have it say shall not apply to employment where drug screening tests are required by federal rule or law. Therefore, you're still covered by the Omnibus Transportation Act, which says that pilots and anybody in the transportation sector have to be tested, law enforcement, all that kind of stuff. Plus, also, as I understand, there was a rule that was made that said that federal employees could not use cannabis or any other kind of drugs. So this would make us not, this would keep us compliant with federal law, which is important, obviously. But it would be, I was thinking of making a laundry list, but I didn't want to make a laundry list because, as we know, then you exclude certain things that you should have put in or whatever. The government's already done that for us. We can just, the federal government, we can just defer to them. And I kept it vague and didn't refer to the Omnibus Transportation Bill because that might get changed. This way, we don't have to change this statute every time the federal stuff changes. So in summary, if a patient is found to have THC on a drug test and they have a current valid therapeutic cannabis program registry ID card, then that drug test should be treated just the same as if they were found to have an opioid on their drug test and they have a valid prescription. That's all that's being asked by this bill. Again, with the usual exceptions to be compliant with federal law. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question. Thank you for making the suggestion about the federal law. Are you aware, is there any place remaining in state law that as a state we require testing for certain professions?
That I do not know. Because I think Beth Sargent and I were speaking about this earlier. I think that for law enforcement, I think that is covered federally anyway. So we're all set on that one. Obviously, if in the testimony, if we find out that there is a state issue, then we might have to put in some other exceptions. But I think this would probably cover it, though I'm no expert in labor law.
Other questions? Representative Blow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When you made the statement about line 7 here, line 7 and 8, I've been involved in dangerous employment. And how would you differentiate between someone who is using therapeutic cannabis and maybe recreationally too? You know, I see a problem there. Like I said, I've been involved in dangerous employment. And I don't want somebody, stone putting up staging on the side of a house for me, and I go up and it falls down.
Yeah, there's a couple of things about that. Number one is, it's the issue would be that we would hope that you would pick it up. First, back up. There's nothing in the in 126X. It is stated that there is nothing that it would allow, nothing in that statute that would allow a person to actually be intoxicated during the time of their employment. And in the labor law stuff that I was reading in DOT, or from one of the labor law law firms, they were saying, if you see the person, they reek of cannabis, their bloodshot eyes, they're slurring their speech, that's a different issue. Then they're impaired. We're not just talking about a positive urine test, and then you'd have to handle that differently, and that would be a separate case. In the bill, it also says that in lines 8 and 9 and 10, nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products. But it's the same thing for recreational. Let's say you are a recreational user and you used it a week ago and haven't touched it since that time. Your drug test could come back positive and you're perfectly normal. This is the big problem in law enforcement for driving impairment testing, is that we do not, the urine tests and blood tests are not great in terms of, they don't measure impairment. They just measure the drug. But basically, lines 8, 9, and 10 already say that you can't work impaired.
Follow up? I guess my question would be, is there any test or any test in the pipeline, okay, that would differentiate between the guy that smoked a bone before work or at lunchtime, okay, and he's got this card sitting in his pocket, okay, is there anything that'll differentiate?
No, there are no markers in therapeutic cannabis. It is oftentimes highly refined and maybe extracts and tinctures that have been developed, but that they still what's being tested for is a metabolite of THC, and depending on the dose or the level of THC that would be there. This is one of the issues with the hemp stuff that we went through just a few years ago. The federal hemp law says it can't be more than 0.3% THC to be legal for hemp. But you have to be very cautious, because if you're just using CBD oil, it might have a little bit of hemp in it, a little bit of THC, I'm sorry, and you could flunk a drug test. So, but there's no way to discriminate that. There's no marker on the therapeutic cannabis. But by the way, that would be the same thing as a person who might have a prescription for an opioid, but they just happen to also be buying street drugs and taking that on the job and being impaired. It's really no difference between those two.
Representative Babalani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
I'm going to dovetail off of what Representative Love said. Nothing, sentences 8, 9, and 10. Nothing in this section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products while at work. During your testimony, you said it was difficult to determine a level of impairment of police officers and whatnot. So now we're leaving it to an employer to decide whether they're impaired or not. And if the employer decides to dismiss them for the day or dismiss them from the job because they seem to be impaired, this would give them the ability to go to Labor Commission and say, I wasn't impaired that day. There'd be no test for it.
Yeah.
There would be no...
That would be another set of, that would be a whole separate type of case, and I'm not quite sure how to resolve that. There are some very highly sensitive jobs that use some types of neurocognitive testing that look at reflexes and your cognition to be able to test a person for impairment from any source. But we do not have that routinely available to test impairment. Because you could give them a field sobriety test, see if they pass that, but you'd have to the employer would need to document that. But I mean, again, it's the same thing for an opioid or an alcohol. I mean, if they're at work and they are the drunk, what would you do then? I mean,
Wrong.
Huh?
But there's markers for that.
Say what?
There's markers for that. You would smell it. They would
Well, yes.
exhibit. They would
Yeah.
exhibit outward things. But if there is a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If there's a baseline of intoxication because of medical marijuana and they're at work, you're leaving it to the employer to say, well, you're impaired or you're not impaired. I mean, and then by the time it gets to the Labor Department, it's weeks later, there's going to be no testing. It's going to be he said, she said, and then there's going to be.
Well, that would be the case from what you just laid out with alcohol. You say you smelled it on his breath, but you don't have a test. You haven't proven that. You didn't do a breathalyzer test. So unless you do a breathalyzer test, which I think most employers aren't going to do. So as a result, it's still going to be he said, she said situation. And so I think that would be we might be into case law on that one.
Right, but
One more follow-up.
They would still be markers for alcohol intoxication at work.
Well, if it were 2 days later, there's no marker for alcohol either.
Correct.
In fact, there would still be for THC perhaps, but there wouldn't be for alcohol. And so the THC person again would be discriminated against, even though at that point they're stone cold sober.
Right.
Yeah. So this is where I say it's the physiology kind of makes it a little harder with THC. That's just a fluke of the way that it's fat soluble.
Thank you.
Representative Edgerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. Person A used cannabis a week ago. Person B used cannabis 10 minutes ago. Can you explain what symptoms or markers may help distinguish a person who is very obviously intoxicated versus a person who would still register for a urine test? symptoms, including, like you said, bloodshot eyes, something in that vein?
I don't have it with me for that reference, although I think there's no solid things, but I think the things you might use would be the same things that your local police officer might use. You know, bloodshot eyes, slurred speech, difficulty with coordination, ordering a pizza while you're talking to them, a few other things like that that might say this person is currently intoxicated with cannabis. But the thing is, again, the great majority of our patients, they're using it, they're not trying to go for intoxication. I mean, this is one of the stigma issues we see in therapeutic cannabis. People think there are a whole bunch of stoners. These are people, again, the primary age group, age 50 to 70. And these are people that are highly functional people, including many people in the legislature. And they're not looking for intoxication.
Follow. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My employer is Dartmouth Health, and if we have an employee that comes in and we suspect they are intoxicated, we have a fitness for duty test. I just want to clarify that it is not impossible to discern whether or not somebody is intoxicated without a urinalysis, correct?
I think you can usually get a pretty good hunch, as Representative Avalani pointed out, if there's a reek of alcohol, and there are some signs that many of us might know from having seen somebody who's intoxicated with either alcohol or cannabis. But I think it's, again, still a rather similar situation. And in cannabis, those kind of unfairly singled out, even if, or an opioid. If you came in with an opioid and you're sitting there falling asleep in the corner, you might be a little suspicious. Of course, impairment can come from sleep deprivation too.
Representative Colcom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. Thank you for taking my question. I actually now have two. Is there currently a law in place that prohibits an employer from refusing to hire somebody because they're on opioids?
I'm not an expert in law. Labor law. As my understanding, though, is that if for certain jobs, such as if you're an airline pilot, I'm not quite sure that you would be allowed if you had a positive test, even if you had a prescription. That part is above my pay grade. I don't know. So I don't think you're required not to. Yeah.
When answering the previous question, you made a comment that there are many representatives that are taking therapeutic cannabis.
Well, a few, I should say, not many, but
Okay,
there's
I was
there's
going
some.
to say, do you have statistics on how many representatives that you believe are taking therapeutic cannabis at this point in time?
I know of about 4 or 5. And Representative Vail just commented that she's
Out of 400.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I mean, again, remember we have 13,000 registered patients in the state. Yeah.
Other questions? Representative Schultz.
To that point, honorable former representative, of the current legislature, how many of the 400 roughly do you know? We're looking
Well,
at full
current, I don't know, because
percentages.
some of these are people from a couple of years ago. I'm not sure if they're still serving, but I know I can count at least a few that I'm aware of, and I would certainly never reveal the name. It's their business to reveal the name.
Any other questions over here? Representative Adjutant, do you have another one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Former Representative Kennard.
It takes a while. I've had a hard time when I was
missed you,
writing this
Jerry.
out. I had to change the HON. It was not easy.
The therapeutic cannabis program is within the RSA, correct?
Yes, RSA 126X.
Follow up. So just to refocus the conversation, would it be correct to say that we are discussing the ability of individuals who are following a state-sanctioned cannabis health-related program to engage in work, provided that it is not a mechanical operation or safety risk? Is that we are simply allowing those people to work within the state-sanctioned program? Is that correct?
That's a very good wording.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you, everybody.
helping us
Good
out.
to see you all again.
Good to see you. Next up, I would Representative Thomas, who is a co-sponsor of the bill, obviously speaking to support for 5 minutes, she asked.
It probably won't even take 5 minutes. Even though my name isn't printed on the bill, I believe I am a co-sponsor. However, there was some confusion at OLS. But I am on it. Okay, excellent. Because I should be on it. This is a bill that came up 2 terms ago, and it was received actually pretty well. Before I start, I would like to just make the point that New Hampshire does not have a medical marijuana program. We have a therapeutic cannabis program. And I keep hearing people use the same, and it's medical marijuana is not in New Hampshire. We have therapeutic cannabis. Okay, so my name is Wendy Thomas. I'm a representative for the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. I am a mother of 6. I am the executive director of a nonprofit that advocates for the disabled community. I work in the energy efficiency field. I volunteer for our local historical society. I'm a state rep. And I am also a therapeutic cannabis patient. For the last 5 years, there has not been one day that I have not taken cannabis. It has controlled my pain, and as a result, I have not taken any opioids for chronic pain since starting the program. And prior to starting the program, I was on something called a pain contract, and I was given 120 oxycodone tablets every month. However, because I am a therapeutic cannabis patient, there are some jobs that I cannot hold because I wouldn't be able to pass a drug test. I could use prescription opioids and alcohol until the cows come home, but I wouldn't be able to take a microdose, which is what I take, which is 5 to 10 milligrams, and the effect is about 4 to 6 hours. And I take that at night to help me sleep because I would test positive for cannabis for up to 13 days after I took that dose. I do not enjoy being high, and I put that in quotations because the proper word is inebriated. But the microdoses that I take control my pain and it controls my inflammation. Now, I'm not talking about someone who is obviously inebriated at work. That's actionable for any business to take actions against, just like if somebody showed up drunk. The therapeutic cannabis program is a legal program, and patients have some legal protections. We're allowed to transport the cannabis to our homes. We're allowed to keep a certain amount in our homes. It's also a self-regulating program. We know that if we abuse this privilege, our cards can be revoked. That's nothing that anybody wants to do. And just as an aside, I used to work in one of the dispensaries, and I never felt safer in the dispensaries because everybody knows they have to behave. There's, first of all, a million cameras, but everybody knows this is a privilege, and it could be taken away. So with this bill, it's time to give more legal protections to this vulnerable population so that they can get on with their lives and remain in the workforce. And that's all we're asking. Let us get on with our lives and stay working. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Representative Silver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You were very specific that we do not have a medical marijuana program, but we do have a therapeutic cannabis program. What's the difference?
Wording. There is some discussion that the term marijuana is considered racist because it's actually the Mexican term for the drug. And so by using marijuana, you're enforcing that it's a brown people's drug. But the wording in all of our RSAs is therapeutic cannabis. We do not have a medical marijuana program.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Did I say- Oh, yes, Representative Granger, do you? Oh, that was your question.
Oh.
All right. Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to call next Representative Newell, who is also a co-sponsor, asked for 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I don't think there's a whole lot that I can add beyond a lot of what everyone spoke to before. But when I look at this issue and the way that cannabis is treated a little differently than other therapeutic pharmaceuticals and things like that, I can't help but think that it kind of stems from a stigma around the use of cannabis. And I'm very familiar with that stigma. The reason being that I lost my children's father to heroin overdose 14 years ago on Christmas Eve, my fiance at the time, and I remember a whole lot about the stigma of substance use. The interesting thing is that we have a wealth of information and studies recently that would indicate that cannabis can be very effective in the treatment of substance use disorder, of opiate use disorder, particularly. I think a lot of times we look at cannabis use and we think about, as she referred to, someone getting high. There are a lot of people who cannabis use returns them to normal, to functioning. And I just think that we should kind of take those things into consideration, especially when we have such a problem with the overdose crisis here in New Hampshire. So this can be something that can help people. And if it returns you to a state of functionality, being able to function in society, and obviously this bill does cover a variety of kind of, it frames it properly so that certain things that we might be concerned about. Clearly, we don't want somebody going to work and being not functional. But if cannabis helps people to be functional, I don't see the problem. And I think this bill covers it pretty well.
Thank you. Are there questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Next, I would like to call co-sponsor Representative Seibert. Seibert. Deny. Sorry. My apologies. Requested 5 minutes.
Hi, and I want to thank everyone for hearing me today or being willing to listen. Like she said, I think a lot of stuff was technically covered that was in my testimony originally. But just a few things I wanted to point out really about people that use therapeutic cannabis to be able to, be able to continue working and contributing to society without discrimination. And this is also for the hiring process of jobs also. So I just wanted to make that point. So, and I think that's it, actually.
All right, thank you. Any questions? I see none. Thank you for your testimony. Next, I would like to call Elizabeth Sargent, who is representing the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police, has signed in neither opposed or in support of the bill.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Beth Sargent. I work for Champaign and Capital Group here in Concord. Appear before you this afternoon representing the New Hampshire Association of Chiefs of Police. The chiefs reviewed this bill and they just wanted to comment on the same section that Representative Knirk talked about, lines 7 and 8. And what they would ask if this bill were to move forward is that there be a specific carve out for law enforcement. And I can't answer all of the questions that were asked by the committee members, but certainly if you wanted to hear from law enforcement, a police chief, or a drug recognition expert, we could arrange for that. And so that's all I wanted to
All right.
say.
Thank you. I do have a question. If I don't know if you know, or if maybe you can get back to the committee. The honorable former representative suggested that the law enforcement might be covered under that category of federally required. Is that in fact the case?
We might be, yes. So I'd
And
like to see that.
So if it is, if it's not clear, maybe you can clarify for the committee whether a blanket statement about federal rules would include law enforcement or whether that needs any sort of special treatment
All
under
right.
state law.
We'll find out and get
Thank
back to
you.
you for sure.
Are there any other questions? Representative McKenzie.
Do the chiefs of police have a position on the use of other drugs in the workplace? Opiates, for instance, or
Trying to think how to answer that question. Certainly wouldn't be supportive of using drugs in the workplace, no.
so if somebody that's treating for back injuries, follow up, Mr. Chairman. So somebody is perhaps treating for other pain conditions, is there a screening process that the chiefs of police go through?
Oh, okay.
For screening people that are on, various drugs that are prescribed?
I am not sure about that. We've not talked about that.
Thank you.
Representative Sullivan.
I guess I've got a request. I'm not sure who it goes to, but basically, it's been recommended that we put the federal reference into the statute because the feds have already created the laundry list of exceptions. Can we get a copy of that laundry list?
Yeah, Representative Kinnock shares testimony with me, and we will certainly I'll share that with the chiefs, and we'll get back to you if that would be sufficient.
Can we hear from Jerry?
Yes, if you could.
You want me to?
Are there any other questions before she finishes? Okay, if you can come up, Ken.
Though I don't have the original source, but as I understand that the specific job role is regularly classed as testing designated positions requiring pre-employment checks under the Omnibus Transportation Employment Testing Act include transportation, railroad, and aviation personnel, law enforcement, agency heads, political appointees. Where'd that come from? Employees authorized in the use of well, we get elected, not appointed. Employees authorized in the use of firearms, employees with security clearance to access classified documents and information, and employees involved in rehabilitating drug users. Interesting. But that says the roles that are not classified as testing as designated positions but may still be required would include social workers, healthcare professionals, pharmacists, and firefighters. But this is from a page which is not, it is not from the document of the omnibus transportation thing. So I cannot vouch perfectly for the veracity of it.
Follow up. Could you send that to the committee, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And it has also, it also has a link to the Omnibus Transportation and Employee Testing Act, which I'm sure if you wade through all 3,000 pages, you'll probably find the list somewhere.
Clerk has a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I forget. I'm like,
I didn't really mean
That's
to
you.
re-testify because I don't know, that's usually not allowed, but I just had that answer for you.
I also believe, and you may want to speak with the representative from SEA that is here, that the National Guard folks probably also fall under that same federal law.
Well, they would under authorized the use of firearms.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for bringing that to us. Next, I have Representative Perez, who is going to speak in support of the bill. Ask for 4 to 5 minutes.
Thank you again. I don't think I need to introduce myself again because I've been here in this seat like 3 times already today. I'm here in support of this bill as someone who doesn't use cannabis, but use CBD. I have chronic Lyme disease. From chronic Lyme disease, I developed fibromyalgia. I'm someone who suffer from PTSD as well. I'm a survivor of sexual assault and domestic violence. I believe that if I have the choice or if I have the opportunity to use cannabis, I will use it. Let me tell you, as someone who have chronic pain, I have days that I have to ask my husband to help me to get out of bed. I have days that I have hard time moving. I have days that my joint hurts very much. But I always afraid that I will apply for a job that requires me to go through drug testing and not pass drug testing and be disqualified to get the job because I'm using cannabis for pain. But I'm someone who struggles with the pain from the time that I get up in the morning until the time that I go to bed. I'm in pain 24/7. I have days that I wish I can utilize the cannabis. But like I always remind myself, how about if you get laid off from your job and you need to apply for a job? And one of the qualifications is you have to go through drug testing. And even though that you have this medical card, but you still gonna probably not gonna qualify for the job. That's one of the reasons that I'm asking you to support this bill. Is someone that in which can utilize the cannabis, but I haven't used it because I'm afraid. Right now, I'm in pain. If I go to the hospital right now and they ask me, can you tell me from 1 to 10? How can you tell me how high is your pain? I will tell you that I have 8. I feel like tremendous pain right now, coming from my feet all the way to my neck. I feel like I'm getting numb. My body's getting numb. But I'm afraid to take any pain medication. I don't take any pain medication. I can tell you that I take maybe 1 Tylenol a day, and that's all I take, because I'm afraid. That's why I'm asking you to support this bill for people like myself, that we wish we can have the opportunity to use the cannabis, but we are afraid to use it for now. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. I have one last card. We were promised that the patient rep would testify. So Heather Marie Brown is testifying in support of the bill.
Hello, good afternoon.
The red light should be on if you're on. There you go.
There we go. Hi there. How's everyone today? Thank you so much for allowing me a few minutes to come up and talk to you. My name is Heather Marie Brown. I am the patient representative on the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. I represent every single therapeutic cannabis in the state of New Hampshire currently. I try to be their voice. I try to express their thoughts and what their opinions are. And in this situation, I will tell you that this bill will impact at some point in time every single individual that currently holds or will be seeking a therapeutic cannabis card. I think that the root of this bill is wonderful. I think that it is long overdue and it is something that should be addressed. We have hundreds, if not thousands, of patients that could potentially come off of disability or public services and rejoin the workforce in the areas that they were trained and have skills in. But because they are a therapeutic cannabis card holder, they are not able to do so, and it kind of hinders them. You know, I had heard earlier someone testify about having a card is a privilege, and we're worried about losing our privilege. I would like to take it one step further and tell you that as a therapeutic cannabis card holder, I myself have agreed that if I violate the therapeutic cannabis program in any way, shape, or form, I will be charged with felony charges. So, although, yes, it is a privilege, I want you to understand what a therapeutic cannabis patient is actually doing when they join the program. They are agreeing to follow state law and program rules and regulations. And if they violate those rules or regulations, they will be charged more harshly than an individual who does not possess a therapeutic cannabis card. And I think that's really important for people to understand, because that shows the degree of responsibility that a patient is taking on when they join this program. And I think that should be acknowledged. I think that that is a very important factor to consider. You know, we are not just looking for an avenue to be able to use cannabis and get high or have a good time or anything like that. We are accepting these responsibilities because we want to make changes to our lives. We want to be able to rejoin society as functioning individuals. We are constantly held back, discriminated against, and ridiculed for our choices to use therapeutic cannabis, especially in the employment arena. I heard questions in regards to how many state reps use therapeutic cannabis currently. Well, let me tell you that for the few that publicly admit to using therapeutic cannabis and holding a card, there are so many more individuals that will not admit it publicly because they are afraid of the stigma and the discrimination and the possible potential, in some cases, retaliation against them. And that is unfair. I do myself also have concerns with 7 and 8 that this section shall not apply to employment where drug screening tests are required for the safety of persons and property at the job site. Now, I don't know all the big fancy words. I don't know all the big fancy terms, but what I can tell you is that this basically allows an employer to say that any position or job that they have within their business falls under this category. So a shopping bag packer at Demouli's could fall under this category. You know, I think that that either needs to be removed or even expanded to include a caveat on following federal regulations in regards to what positions require drug screening. Personally, myself, I will tell you that I would love to be able to get to a point where the state of New Hampshire just removes cannabis altogether from the list of things that can be tested for using drug testing. I heard questions in regards to, you know, is there a way? How are we supposed to monitor this? How can we determine? And I will tell you that it is very easy to distinguish an individual who is incapacitated and under the influence, whether it is therapeutic cannabis, alcohol, opioids, or any other substance. They're going to have poor work performance. They're going to have their communication skills are going to be impacted. Their visual impairment is going to be extremely noticeable. I personally have one area where I consume my cannabis because I am a mother of 3 children. So I choose to consume in an area safely that my children are not allowed to be in. So I would honestly not use the word smell anywhere in this because you don't have to consume cannabis in order to have the smell of cannabis on your clothing. You can literally just be in an area where cannabis was or has been consumed because, like cigarette smoke or like many other air pollutants, it does absorb into clothing and it can absorb into the areas. So it can kind of linger for a while, so to speak. I think that this needs to happen. I think that you need to look at this bill along with every other representative that's going to look at this bill, make the small changes that we've suggested making, and do this because you have the opportunity to peel a layer off of discriminating against therapeutic cannabis. You have an obligation to your constituents to protect them. You have an obligation to help promote financial freedom and success and accountability for an individual. And this is one step to do it. We deserve these protections. We deserve the chance to be able to return to jobs and positions that we have currently been held back from because of our choice to better our health. I want to thank you all, and I am more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, I thank you again for your testimony. If someone could pass up the sign-in sheet for 82, I'd appreciate that. And while that is,
Law enforcement actually isn't under the Omnibus Transportation Act. It's under the executive order from Ronald Reagan 12564. I'm composing an email to you. We'll direct you to it. I pulled it up and it's listed in there for law enforcement. That's where that resides.
all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, does that apply to firefighters?
He mentioned that the firefighters was not required, but federal law allowed, right?
That again is from a employment blog, which I
Okay,
cannot
right.
vouch for the veracity of that. This other part I've actually found in the executive order from Reagan, so that you'd have that.
So before I read this, we obviously had some suggestions for changes today. I also now appreciate this is an issue that can get complex as it's an interaction of federal law, state law, existing court cases. And I'll say I had a discussion with the chairman last night about this, and we think this should go to a subcommittee to help us understand these issues better. Since the chairman gets the big bucks that I don't get, I am going to leave it to him to appoint that subcommittee, but I guess I'd ask the committee to plan on that being where we take the bill. If someone has an interest in that, feel free to email or message the chair, and as we put together who will serve on that. Question?
Please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to hear from the Department of Labor on this.
They did not sign up to speak on it, but if you want to ask a question and have the department answer it, you could do that. All right, so if you could come up and after, if when you're done, you could fill out a pink card so we can put that in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vavon. Yes. My name is Tracy McGraw. I'm an attorney with the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney McGraw. The question I have is kind of twofold. Sections lines 3 and 4 says no employment shall deny employment. However, 7, 8, and 9 talk about nothing in the section shall be construed to require an employer to allow being impaired by cannabis products while at work. How would the Labor Department identify that as if it was brought before them?
Yeah, basically what we're talking about here would have to go into litigation, would have to go into a hearing, and there'd have to be a determination as to whether or not there actually was an intoxication or an incapacitation, shall we say, of the therapeutic cannabis or whatever the positive drug test was. Section 14 under 281A of the Workers' Compensation Act talks about personal fault, an employee fault in the workplace as far as the cause of an injury. And that also incorporates intoxication. There's been a lot of discussion about different kinds of medications that people are taking while they're at work. There's been discussion about the safety of those. What has to be proven under 281A14 is that the actual impact of the drug, alcohol, and or in this case positive therapeutic cannabis, did that impact or did that cause the injury that occurred at work? So it's almost a twofold test that has to be met pursuant to that particular statute. It's not just that it was a positive test, but did it actually cause the injury that occurred? I know that wasn't completely your question. I might have you repeat it just to make sure that I understand and I get your answer as best I can.
I'm gonna go with
Follow-up?
Thank you.
That was my next question, as to how workman's compensation would look at that as well. If they were impaired while at work and got injured or injured one of their coworkers, would workman's compensation A, cover this, and B, would the employer be on the hook for allowing the employee to work impaired with causing injury at the workplace?
Okay, so I'm going to refer back to section 14 of the Workers' Compensation Act. So it's 281A colon 14, if you want to look at it. It's not entitled intoxication, it's entitled employee fault. But looking at that and the way it's looked at a department level hearing is, number one, if the employer is aware that the employee is intoxicated, knows that they go out at lunchtime and has some form of alcoholic beverage or another type of intoxicating item, and they allow that person to come back to work, the employer cannot then use employee fault as a defense against a workers' compensation claim. The employer may be on the hook. The next level is what we discussed a few minutes ago, is that was that intoxication, that impact of whatever was taken, did that actually cause the injury? All of these things have to be determined in a causal hearing at the Department of Labor. And there would be a burden of proof on both sides that would have to be required on that.
Well, any other questions for the Department of Labor?
One final question. The term intoxicated.
Yeah.
Is.
Thank you.
Thanks. This is fancy stuff now. I don't like this before. Intoxication, if I understand you right, that could be a pretty broad, sweeping kind of thing. It's drugs, it's alcohol, those kinds of things, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you very much for stepping up for us. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 82. I have the written sign-in sheet. There were 7 signed in pro, and there was 1 signed in opposition. If we go to the online sign-ins, we had 18 signed in support and 2 signed in opposition. And we've gone over our time, so I will immediately open the public hearing on HB 118. And I set aside my title, so I won't read that right now, and instead ask the prime sponsor to introduce it. And there it is. This is prohibiting employers from engaging in certain anti-union activities.
Need more clips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rep. Josh Adjutant, representing the wonderful town of Enfield in the New Hampshire House. Bring before you HB 118, a bill exclusively aimed at leveling the playing field between employers and those wishing to organize their coworkers in labor. Last year, I co-sponsored the wrong bill to accomplish this task. Last year, I co-sponsored a bill that would ban outright employers from putting on anti-union training sessions. These training sessions occur often at the point of hire as part of an employee's regular onboarding. In that individual session, an employee often has to watch a video in which a friendly-looking actor tells the employee that our company is a family, and that if you hear union chatter, tell your supervisor. A video from an Amazon Shift lead training teaches leads to listen for words like living wage, steward, and bathroom breaks. After that, the videos often depict a gruff-looking man in a leather jacket and a mob-like accent trying to cast organizers in a negative light. While these sessions occur during the hiring process, they are an effort to preempt organizing. They are often an employee's first impression, and we know that first impressions are important. If an organizing effort does occur, these sessions are often captive audience and ratcheted up. An employer can mandate employees to attend them. They're on property, and they're on the clock. While the employer can hold staff captive to make their case, organizers do not have the same opportunity. The legislation last year was wrong because it attempted to ban these trainings outright. It was clunky and hard to enforce. All this bill does is make it a choice. Employers will say, the choice to organize is the employee's alone. But if one party can fire you for insubordination if you won't attend their cheerleading session, and the other isn't allowed on property, is that a choice? I completely understand the desire of an employer to argue a union isn't necessary in their specific best interests, and that's why this is an option bill. With this law, an employee gets a stress-free opportunity to give a fair hearing to both their employer and labor organizers. They get to feel good knowing that they made an informed decision about whether or not to sign a union card. I would ask that the committee move this OTP, and I can take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? I see none, so thank you for your testimony. Next, I would ask Jan Schaefer, testifying on her own behalf in support of the bill. Ask for 2 minutes.
My name is Jan Schaefer. I live in Warner. Sorry. Thank you. My name is Jan Schaefer. I live in Warner, New Hampshire. And I thank you for allowing me to appear today to give testimony on this bill. I am retired, but I spent 30 or more years of my life working, helping workers organize unions. And I think the sponsor of this bill just gave a really straightforward look at what would make organizing would level the playing field. Currently, employers can force workers to go to meetings and can then really tell them pretty much anything about the union. All union meetings are held off site. The unions generally are not allowed in the work site. And these meetings can be pretty intimidating to workers. And I actually just wanted to talk about 2 campaigns that I worked on that they had the same result, but the atmosphere was really different. They were 2 hospital campaigns, one with nurses, both of them with nurses. One of the hospitals hired, at great expense, an anti-union law firm. I think they spent over $3 million on this law firm. And they had mandatory meetings. Nurses were forced while they were at work to go to meetings to hear all the reasons that the union was a bad idea. The employer went so far in this case as to actually pay someone to make a film about strikes, a particular strike in Vermont. The film was edited, put the union in a horrible light, and there was no recourse to correct the record at that point. The nurses did vote for the union. They won. The other hospital was a slightly smaller hospital, but they did not hire an anti-labor law firm. And their meetings were completely voluntary, as were the union meetings. Well, actually, the nurses didn't go to either meeting. They didn't go to the employer's meeting, and they didn't go to the union meeting. But they did vote for the union. They obviously felt that they had enough information to make an informed decision, and they chose to be represented by a union. The anti-union sector of our economy in 2019 was $340 million, I believe. So it's a big industry, and its intent is to intimidate workers into not joining a union. You hear a lot about, or I hear often about, unions are a thing of the past, right? But unions have changed a lot. The conditions for workers haven't changed that much. There are still reasons that workers choose to join unions. It's not always pay. Sometimes, a lot of times, it's about respect. For the nurses in both situations, it was about short staffing. They wanted more staffing. But I also think we're looking at a new time not just for unions, but also for employers. And I have for you an article from the Harvard Business Review that was just written about new ways for employers to interact with organizing drives that keep up with the times. And I think this bill is a really good first step towards modernizing how organizing takes place. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions? Seeing none,
Okay.
thank you again. Next, I would call David Juvet, representing the BIA. He is going to oppose the bill, and he needs to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is David Juvet. I'm a Senior Vice President for Public Policy with the Business and Industry Association. We do oppose the bill. I think there are several problems with it. One is that I think this is attempting to regulate employer behavior at the state level that is already addressed by the National Labor Relations Act, which guides both employers and labor organizers on what they can and cannot do relating to organization. So I think this would be, if it were passed, it would be preempted by federal law. Secondly, I think it is dancing around the issue of free speech. I understand that this is relating to requiring an employee to view a video, but it at least is tangentially related to free speech, and I can almost guarantee it would result in litigation under First Amendment free speech rights. And then finally, I just want to point out that the fine of $10,000 per employee seems excessive. If you're a company and you have 100 employees, which is not a large company by any stretch of the imagination, and the Department of Labor in enforcing this new law found you out of compliance, that's $1 million fine. If you're a larger company, say 5,000, which is not unheard of in New Hampshire, that's a $50 million fine. That just seems a little excessive. So that concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Juvet. Sorry. Could you enlighten us as to how the NLRB addresses these types of meetings?
The National Labor Relations
Yes.
Act, I can't spell out in detail what the provisions are, but I could certainly provide that to you.
That'd be great.
Representative McKenzie.
Yes. I got it. The I have particular interest in what you said about the question of free speech. And if you mean by free speech that an employer can lock somebody in a room while they're working and basically require them to listen to tapes or presentations by people, do you consider that to be free speech?
I consider it enough of a gray area that it would likely result in litigation.
Follow up? Why would that be?
Because you're impacting the ability of an employer to pass on information that they deem necessary or important to the employee. And I guess in some ways I understand how you phrased your question, but I really doubt that the rooms are actually being locked. And I further would note that this bill refers to anti-union training. I don't know of any anti-union training. It could have just as easily been called an education session.
Thank you.
Representative Baroudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. When we talk about free speech and the employer has a captive audience and they won't let them leave, wouldn't it be free speech to allow the other side equal time to give their point?
Again, I think the National Labor Relations Act stipulates how the other side has the ability to contact and communicate with employees that they're trying to organize. I don't think there's any requirement that the employer invite them into the workplace.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But don't you think they should be required to offer the same amount of time and let the employees come at their will? If they don't want to hear it, they don't have to, but at least offer the same amount of time on an issue?
No, I don't think that.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are there any laws against trainings generally, or any of these quote unquote forced or coerced trainings in other topics that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of that. Some of you who have been around here for more than 2 years might remember there was a proposal 2 years ago that initially impacted private sector employers that stipulated they would be prevented from conducting training programs on diversity and equity. That language was eventually changed, although components of that exist for education. For example, that's the only thing I can think of.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you have an issue with the language that says no employer shall require an employee to attend or participate? You have an issue with that?
Only to the extent that if the National Labor Relations Act allows employers to require, then yes, I would have an issue with it.
All set?
Yeah, I think so for now. Thank
Any other questions?
Just for the record, I think that there is a distinction between the National Labor Relations Board and the law that governs public employees in the state of New Hampshire, and they're not covered by the National Labor Relations Board. So you're speaking just.
Yeah, thanks. That's an excellent clarification, and I appreciate it. I'm speaking on behalf of private sector employers.
Anything else? Thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have an answer to a question. Not with him.
About other training.
Can we can loop back later if you'd like.
It might be more appropriate if it's a discussion for us to leave it till our session, or.
You're the boss.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
thank you
Chair.
again for your testimony. I have one final card, and so if someone could pass up the final remaining blue sheet. And Representative Perez, again, has asked to speak on her own behalf for this bill. She asked for 3 to 4 minutes in support.
Thank you again. Again, my name is Maria Perez, state representative from District 43, but I'm here speaking as someone who was a union member twice, 2 different experiences. I was a union member as an organizer. I've been a community organizer a couple of times. And my last experience as an organizer in part of the union, and I was, my coworkers voted for me to represent them. I do have an issue when your employee has someone from management come to the meeting where only employee is supposed to be and make a decision, where ours as an organizers should be impacted by the decisions in our meeting. Come to find out that this person was coming into our meeting and bringing all the information to management. Management and these other persons make the decision to sign a contract without us taking the final conversations and decisions before we sign the contract. that affect a lot of the employees who were temporary employees or contractor employees. I'm asking you to support this bill because I believe that employees should have the opportunity to be able to be part of a union without the employer have someone and at the beginning when we get hired, like someone else said it previously, we get to sit down in a room and they told us how bad it is to be part of the union. They told us the bad things about being a union member, but they should allow the union to come in and talk to all of us, even then, so they can understand, you know, they have rights as a managers, because it's two different for our union members. It can be one group for the organization, can be just management, and is one group as employees. But sometimes people may misunderstand or get confused, and you know, and sometimes from try to hurt employees, they hurt themselves as well. So I'm asking you to support this bill because it is time for us to recognize that unions been here for longer time. And there's nothing wrong to being a union member. And I'm proud to continue to support unions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again. And that was the final card that I had. I have the sign-in sheet. There were 15 signed in support of this bill, 4 signed in against. And online, there were 28 signed in support and 4 signed in against. And with that, I will close the hearing on HB 118. And that was our last scheduled hearing for the day. So unless anyone has any further comments or questions, we have another set of hearings scheduled for a week from today. Last I heard, we're not having a house session. We should know that by now. So I will see everyone next week.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman. We would have had that information in our coffee sweet just then. That's sweet. Hey, what do I do with this stuff?
So that is where, oh,